where we heard Hugel a lot along those lines, and it turned out there were owlbears. Who knew? And they were more terrifying than I thought, because they almost killed all of us. They grabbed us and bit us and were really mean to everyone involved. I think 2 people went down. It was, I think, the most difficult encounter we've had so far by a mile. The reward, however, was pretty much worth it. We found a nest full of owlbear chicks. Little owlbears that can be trained to be owlbear enforcers, I guess, or owlbear mounts, or whatever owlbears can be used for. Great things, I'm sure. And afterwards, we... what did we do after the owlbears?
We separated to our individual paths, ultimately culminating in taking a long rest. Valky turned the former owlbear lair into his own lair. There's a passageway that's further down into the deep, which has the intense odor of troglodytes emitting from it. So he's there along with his mad wizard. Tilraxos is on his tower, and Valignif is basically just waiting for his anvil, which then leads us to, you can continue.
Yeah, and afterwards, we took our 10 days long rest, and both Erstrix and Valignif spotted a large group of dwarves approaching the valley. We were a little bit worried at first, because large groups of anything right now means potential danger, but these dwarves were actually led by our good old friend, Miss Coldbrew. And it turns out she kept her promise. She got all the things we asked for, as well as a large group of artisan dwarves, led by a self-proclaimed master artisan who has yet to prove himself, who apparently specializes in building construction and bridges and those kinds of things, which is... I don't know if we need a bridge, but the rest of the things he can do might be useful. Who knows? But either way, they've agreed to, make business, make money, and most importantly, help us clear out the promised passage and help us see the goodies that lie beneath. Because apparently there's a dwarven stronghold that they want to reclaim, and, we'll let them. We'll see. And I believe that was about it.
Valignith and Veristrix separated from where they had been. They're hanging out with the dwarves outside the Promised Passage. They both have interests in peeking their heads around as the dwarves make their initial foray. Neither Tilraxos nor Verdolith went with them.
I think I need to go to America, because this central wyrm thing is not working for me right now.
Verdolith nods powerfully. Take me home.
Wait, that's Grimmeth, that's U.S. South.
I mean, U.S. East works. Well, no.
There we go. Now I can speak. Be heard.
Okay.
There you go.
It's weird that it wouldn't work for you, but it worked fine for me.
It was peaking. It's like my connection looked like a mountain range.
Okay.
Top bottom, just heights and valleys.
And I know how many mountains are in Denmark.
Yes, it's very flat. Incredibly flat, actually.
Sheep, the problem may have actually just been on his end, but let's not tell him that, okay, buddy?
Hey, if it works now, it works now.
The placebo of US East.
The American placebo, yes.
Oh,
of course.
Placebo of US East is a thing.
There is something that I wanted to do with Jonas's character, which was not going to employ either Veristrix nor Valignith, but I think there might be an interest in and having Valignif and the dwarves act first if he wants to really go follow them into trying to peek their heads at this damn thing and all the work, and he can see the manual labor arrive from the monastery and shit. I'm fine with that.
Though I should ask you first. We have 2 open gold slots. Anything for them, or should we just leave them for next week?
Clear out the promised passage. We have that on there already. Should be.
Drain the way to the deep. Yes, is already there.
All right. Can we put that on there twice?
No.
Okay.
Just leave them blank for 2 weeks from now. I don't think we're going to be ambitious enough yet.
Talk about them. All right. Good.
And I don't think we want to clear any of the
hero
slots.
This time we have plenty. So,
Woo! Play heroes.
Yeah. It's like they're almost gathering up now, and they're feeling strong, and somewhere some woman who doesn't know her true fate is currently investigating a pirate ship, a wreck of a pirate ship on the revealed sort of sandy beaches of the Dragonmere.
Right, there's more due to how the water levels have fluctuated. Alright, cool, yeah. They probably would have started adventuring sooner, but an annoying voice popped out saying, "You must gather your party before venturing forth."
You must gather.
Yeah.
They clicked furiously and nothing happened, and she was really angry.
you must gather your party.
Oh, the cursing.
Just imagine the rest of the party members yelling at the one person who's not there. God, fuck!
The slow dwarf is kind of drunk. He's just
All rivers run red.
they have wronged us.
And really, it's because there's only 3 boots of speed in the game.
Yeah,
and
it's
so everyone else.
It's a problem.
So, Serpent Valley.
Yeah.
Think like a serpent.
Yeah, there was going to be a conversation.
Yeah, I was leaving the door open for Valignif to go with the D waves to.
Well, Valignif's activities really depend on how quickly the dwarves get moving. He's like the mix between a curious cat sort of lording over everything despite not being that large yet, and a bored crocodile. I think that's a good description.
What?
A bored crocodile.
It made Manaki just leave in anger. He just shut the door.
Slammed the door. I'm out of
poke
here.
his head back in. What did you just say to me?
Bored. Okay. Yeah, I can see a bored crocodile.
So his time until the dwarves act would just be spent glaring at them to get moving. He wouldn't actually say anything to them because he still has the inkling that they actually can do stuff and more importantly make stuff. But they need to start doing things or he's gonna motivate them. And nobody will like that. But once the train actually gets moving and work starts, he will even actually help with the physical labor and whatnot. Of course, not as an underling, but rather as the gracious lord who bows down to actually take up some of the physical labor because of course he's awesome. He can do this so much easier, and he's going to prove that.
Yeah, as a power play.
Yeah.
Please don't shoot me with your crossbows, power play.
Yeah, that I became keenly aware of that last time. It's there's a lot of these, huh?
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of these, isn't there?
The shield is only step 1.
Yes.
The dwarves are not dumb. They work for dragons. You bring crossbows. It's a great equalizer, if there exists such a thing. All right, so yeah, they'll be working. Though the first thing they're going to be doing is just setting up their camp, getting things ready. Then they're going to go for a walk around the mountainside to scope things out. See what they have to work with. They're proper craftsmen. Then they're gonna gather some lumber, produce some good rafts and such for safety. when they begin to do work here. It's going to take a while for them to clear the path. That much is certainly clear. Then again, you have your animal, so
Yeah.
if it's still up at the tower.
No, he would have taken that with him. He does need a place to stash his anvil, his most prized possession. He might actually. Let's see. Let me look at the map. Because there is a place that I can see being a suitable home for the time being. Like, lying in the dwarf camp isn't exactly the most exciting location. And the ex-Spellplague tomb isn't actually that far away from the carved the Promised Passage, so that's sorta okay. So I think that's where he'll stash his anvil and maybe sleep the occasional night when he's not watching the dwarfs.
Where does he stash the animal?
The Spellplague tomb that we cleared out of the Spellscarred's cultist and had that like an undead giant that left.
Yeah, the US East placebo does not work entirely, as it turns out.
The infection passed from Ireland to Denmark over the internet.
Who knew the British could hit me too? But all right, I'll certainly make that available to Valgneth if he wants to go over there and hang out. How does he feel like going back there? Now it's all his.
I mean, it's a start. It's a bit small. That can be maybe fixed. If those dwarves really are that good at building things, maybe they can expand that place. And if there really is like whatever Verestrix has been teasing with a nice place underground, then there's ways to make halfways underground. Like it's not great, but it's sort of potential, maybe.
Okay, there's so very small that he can fly around in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, good times were had in here.
Flashback to maybe we should ask the monastery for help. I got this.
To us, pressing ourselves against the walls. Be like, oh god, why? But I didn't say anything about this.
Druid's like, hey, you seen that whole undead giant moving around? You know anything about that? No.
I was like, what? No.
You must be. I'm innocent.
Oh, we never did anything. And he's like, I didn't say you did. Good, because we didn't.
He goes to like inspect like the Spellscarred tomb.
All these claw marks. I feel like I'm not being told the truth. All right, so basically he's going to hang around. At some point while he's hanging out, I think the clan mother is going to come over to him. You know, she walks with a cane when she's not on her big boar. While the others are working, she's seemingly not here to physically labor. Really.
She's the brains.
And she'll come over and just stand next to Valgneth, like looking in whatever direction he's looking in.
In the tomb, that is?
No, when he's overlooking their work.
Ah, okay.
He's looking like, just ask, so what are you hoping to find down here?
What are you hoping to find?
Oh, our dwarven settlement, of course. I thought we made that clear.
It was a rhetorical question. No, it actually wasn't. But I don't exactly know. But I'll know it when I see it.
She nods. Perhaps getting a better idea of what kind of dragon this is. She'll stand there for a while, just looking, as if she's got all the time in the world.
Probably some time passes before Valenius sort of half turns to her again, says, I know that the tops of the mountains are only a tiny, tiny part of what the mountains actually are. That the good things are below.
She nods. There are many things that live below, and many of them have died. I can't say I take all the credit for it, but some, still self-satisfied. I expect to find more nasty things down here that need to be booted out. And, well, it seems that you are in the same boat?
Might be willing to help you, but I'm not your boss. That you can just command around and send the directions to do your dirty work. What I do for myself. And if you happen to benefit from it, then that's for the, win-win. In the end, I think it's in your best interest to make me happy.
She nods as if, basically as you're saying it. Like, yes, of course.
I mean, you personally aren't going to live much longer, that much is obvious, but surely you are going to care for the people who will stay in this place for a while. And I will also be here for a while, so just makes sense,
She nods, smiles, and sort of leans in a little bit to him. In sort of that sort of slight whispering that just means that, it's loud enough that you can hear it perfectly fine, but it's sort of made to be a bit of an open secret. I have lived a long life. Let me give you a little advice here from me. The real way to get anywhere in this world is to not give as much of a shit as you pretend to do. She wiggles her eyebrows at him and leans back out.
Ragnov looks like a little bit confused. But surely if you show people that you care about something, they will be less inclined to take it from you because they will then know that this is getting very complicated.
Oh, it's just the start, he says, before walking back to presumably feed the cubs, the owlbear cubs, before they starve, which apparently happens in like a 15-minute cycle. The dwarves, though, will keep working. Letting Valaknith go to his big tool, put down his anvil.
Yeah, he'll basically not leave like at fixed times, like at night or whatever, but mostly when it either gets boring because the dwarves settle down for the night or because they do incredibly repetitive work. Like something new Valinov can really get into, but if it's just like, I don't know, scrubbing floors for 3 hours, that's not his thing.
Alright. Splendid. It's going to be the day after Verdalith visits the Nathlin Monastery, and she returns, and she sleeps because it was a lot of effort to fly all the way out there, then all the way back. She's not in any fucking rush. She gets up, and she looks down her pipe at the outside, and spends some time breathing in the poisonous fumes, and relaxes there, and thinks to herself, I have no fucking clue when those two are going to stop being obsessed with that passage. It may not be until the door is finished, which can be several 10 days from now, and most likely will be. Who knows the speed at which they work. But it means that those two basically going to be useless, unless they actually come back. Because Verdalith thinks to herself, I have no intention of going to fetch them for anything. She wants to do something herself, though, working off a scheme that the dragons already have in mind for the Serpentine Earl. She's someone who would actually be useful be Tilraxos. It's for the best. If Alignif's not around, then he can't fuck it up. And who knows what Therastrix does. So, eventually, after she has first breakfast, and then second breakfast, she'll, lazily fly up, the dragon godmother she is, to, gently twirl, towards the fucking tower. To go get Tilraxos.
Sure. Tilraxos is certainly around. Although, you would notice that he is in the process of, packing up shop. Him and his minions seem to be gathering everything that is useful from the tower and preparing to move away.
There's a creak in the old stone as Verdalith settles her bulk down on the tower.
Yep.
Blinks, looks around. Leaving so soon?
Tyraxos sniffs, and then he says, even though there is something satisfying in me to occupy this ruin, I think that a more advantageous and strategic point for me to set up a more permanent base of operations is in the old quarry. Lots of building materials, good firm ground to put down foundations, towers, fortifications. He looks very, calculating and prospective to the dwarves. And then nods. Yes. Good mountains to carve things out. High up. Platforms, spires, a perch. His
and
eyes...
closer to that bloody eagle peak you like to stand on.
He nods. Yes. The bloody peak. Perhaps it shall be renamed that. He smiles, slightly looking up at the mountain. Yes, good death was up there.
Verdalith, swivels her head and asks, you plan on having short tricking or convincing Valignif to tear this down for you, then?
He looks at the walls. A few years and this thing will come crumbling in on itself. If the blasted wizard comes back and starts rebuilding this again, there will have to be some sort of conversation about that, I think. But for now, perhaps the walls can be taken as a price, a foundation to build my own towers in the quarry. He looks at them. Maybe.
Maybe.
The stonemason dwarves and the manpower from the monastery has made certain projects viable. So he clicks his claws. I just need some more expendable workforce.
Yes, that is why I am here with something I am sure you will delight in if I can entice you away from this dreary action.
Tyraxos' head turns from contemplating something about the walls and the structure and everything and looks at Verdalith.
Verdalith, the ever-friendly and trustworthy green dragon.
Yes, no. Tyraxos knows Verdalith quite well. But for all of her manipulations, she hasn't outright betrayed him or any of the others, as far as he knows.
Surely Bessereg didn't teach her some secret cheat code by which she could get out of this whole curse thing, right?
eyes thin even more.
And surely, like, she's not actually a spy planted by Besseric. Like her service will not like award him a better position. Right?
And it's like suddenly Valingrith feels like in the subconscious bond, like Verlith is just dead. She's like, oh, weird.
That's really bad.
Yeah, what happened to her? Oh, I don't know. Fell down the mountain.
She fell off a tower.
Yeah, it's weird. Multiple times.
She couldn't fly. No, I guess not.
Yeah, weird.
She's so fat, you know.
Valingrith is like, yeah, I know. I guess that makes sense. Huh?
Just heart attack.
And then the tower crumbled on top of her body. I don't understand. Verlith says, yes, it is also serves to work better while the other two are away looking after the dwarves, given how obsessed they are with that damn path beneath the surface. As if they're so impatient they can't wait. I'm sure the dwarves will pick up on that, and they'll take their sweet time.
Draco snorts, moves a bit closer to Verlith, outside hearing range of the minions. And then he says, yes, those dwarves are ambitious, and certainly greedy and hungry to claim what they believe is theirs. I am wary, though, because we might suddenly sit on top of a city of dwarves, which I suspect will be quite difficult to wrangle in the direction we want them to go if we allow them to entrench too much.
Verlith, like, waves a claw, like, it will, provided such a thing does exist beneath this valley, it will take time for this group of dwarves to make it there, then take it back from whatever has it, then send out calling signals and to entice other dwarves. It'll all take time, require a great deal of travel, and we do live ever so much longer than dwarves, and we can fly over these mountains and they cannot. Not only could we intercept any messages they attempt to send, but really, we don't care so much about what happens below ground, you and I, right?
Tyraxus seems to consider clicking
this
his
sounds
claws.
more like a problem for the other dragons, yeah?
I suppose you have a point. I have also been considering that the oddity of Renella Coldbrew. She returned. Any other creature I would have expected to run and never come back. I took a risk. Something inside of me told me it was the wise move. And she did return. These dwarves have a strong sense of their honor, family, and traditions. If we can ingratiate ourselves to them enough, if they owe us enough, we might bind generations to our cause without having to, well, do too much, actually.
Verlith, like, tilts her wide head, looks up at the sky. Contemplation. Says, I don't know, but I do know that they will become easier to manipulate upon the death of their leader.
Yes, she is cunning. But if she can put in a good word, or whatever dwarves do, I believe her descendants will heed her advice even when she is gone.
And it did not seem like the artisan was very keen on speaking.
Dr. Tracy said, no, he is not a leader.
Good. Then perhaps even Velignif can find a way to manipulate him.
Tyraxus laughs. A hearty belly laugh.
Yeah, they share a good laugh. Verla says, but that's really not why I'm here. Listen, we four have discussed the idea of acquiring more blood, more flesh, weak creatures to manipulate and use. And every time we've looked out to the east, the Serpentine Earl she says with basically like condescending, like whatever, because what kind of stupid title is that? Whatever, something a hill giant would make up. She's sure. They're bursting with so many bodies there that they can't possibly keep track of them. We're going to be taking some of them, but we don't have to do it alone with just the 4 of us. And I don't say that to mean that we should try to convince the dwarves or the monastery or bring your minions with us. No. If we are going to be traversing across such a way, there's something else we can use. Someone else's, who can also fly.
Yes, you speak about the Harpy clan, or whatever they are.
Yes, grotesque, deformed, cast out, consigned down there deep below. Hunted by ogres, they lust for something more. I've seen in my interactions with them.
Yes, and you have shown interesting displays of subtle power, dumping heads and other trophies into their cavernous home, I suppose.
Yes.
I expect they are quite curious about you at this point.
Yes, they saw the flight of us all, well, without Veristrix, whenever we initially scouted out there. And beyond that, it's just been me. I'm sure they have kept their eyes open as best as they can while lurking there. It is good to show that we have power and do not need or fear them. It is also good to inform them that we are going to be killing the ogres and giants, and if they lust for revenge, and perhaps a taste of that power they don't have, they will do something about it.
Nods slowly. Yes, it seems to me very likely that, given the correct push, an inspiring leading figurehead, as it were, these vile, wretched creatures could very well be a competent skirmishing and raiding force.
I intend to... Go ahead.
I doubt, from what we have seen of the Earl and his forces, that flight is on his list of skills.
I intend to inform them that we will be striking the dam in several days with the sun at our backs to pilfer flesh for our own uses, and instill within them the idea that perhaps that would be an opportunity for them to exact their revenge. After all, the orcs and ogres and whatever else are going to be too distracted by how incredible and powerful we are to even think about these harpies, and it will endear the harpies to us and in time allow us to manipulate them more.
Yes, it sounds like a good plan to me.
Which is why I want you to come with me to that, and I'm glad that the others are not around to sully it.
Snorts a little bit, and then he would say, "Very well. We need to select our targets carefully. Even if they don't have flight, we have seen what these ogres can do. Their kicks and flips and javelins and whatnot do hurt quite a lot." Traxxas
yes.
Twitches a little bit, maybe there's a scar underneath one of the wings,
Yes.
Scaled over.
So Raxo says, Verla says, well then, let us depart, and she'll lift her bolt from the tower and begin to lazily fly her way towards the canyon.
Yeah. Tyraxos, will bark a few last orders to his minions to start moving, leaving the overseeing of the move to Renilla Coldbrew. She has proven herself competent.
Manaki may still be gone.
Alright, well, Tyraxos and Verlith can fly claw and claw towards the sunset. Best dragon friends.
Yes, best dragon friends. Slumped unconscious together.
Yes. Ah, man. This
We've been through a lot, old buddy, old pal.
Oh, yes. Quite so, quite so. I remember the days. Let's see here.
We've each turned over a new leaf. You've become a people person now.
Yes, finally I became something.
You took the aptitude test and I told you that's what you were, and you were like, excuse me? Is this right?
Shook it a bit, like, hello? This sounds...
Yeah, you went to like the instructor or like the proctor for the test, like, excuse me, I believe there's been a mistake here. Like, no, you have. Mind your place, people person. Like, wait.
Stop. What are you saying? Yeah.
So, well, Manaki is gone still.
Yep.
What about these lairs? Oh, he's back, damn.
Plan's foiled!
The Lycanthrope's lair has 2 cauldrons and Bob.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Just fill the cauldrons with ever-burning coals and use those as a trap.
Hide inside the sarcophagus, no one will look there.
No one.
No. Broken thing smells slightly of bones and necrotic power.
So use a lot of Febreze, that's what I'm hearing.
Some wunderbaums and stuff hanging around. You know, I like that freshy pine smell.
Alright, Manaki. Toraxos and Vertilif are flying lazily towards the canyon, intent on actually like getting down in there to attract some harpies.
Yeah, I want to get in the canyon.
Yeah.
Certainly a thing you can do.
I'd like to say non-aggressively, but I think any move a dragon makes is full of aggression, so take that for what it's worth.
Roaring battle roars. Sure.
It's like a crocodile with wings.
Non-aggressively going into the canyon then?
Non-aggressively, but majestically.
I have that. Over here. Serpent Valley. As you move into the canyon, they you know, you're not stealthy and you're not trying to be, more importantly. As you can approach, like, how wary are you?
Vertiliv expects the possibility that they might send out like hunting eagles after her, but like honestly, after the non verbal communication she's had with them, she doesn't expect them immediately to attack. So she's not worried. I guess I would end up saying like they might, but being worried sounds like effort.
It does.
Tyraxis has bought into Vertilith's plan pretty well here, so he would be like, yeah, no, she knows what she's doing. Clearly, she's manipulated things before. These creatures will bow before us. I mean, really, there's no other option.
Yeah. You fly down. It's quite a bit under like ground level, really. The canyon has a very, very winding river. It's a natural river carved in the soft sandstone. So it looks like it actually has changed quite often over time. It has in it these old pillars, probably pieces of stone that was a different kind of stone, not as soft, and so remain even now, making sort of a series of plateaus across the deep valley. Here. There's a bit of vegetation, but the ground here is too dusty and dry for it to really amount to much. What is here, though, is great flight winds. As the hot winds move down through the valley, get lots of moisture, and then push upwards. It's quite easy to fly.
Oh, Vertilif likes that. That's less effort.
Mm-hmm. Glide. You do see the eagles at distance and the harpies, and as you sort of move in to meet them, you know, they will basically gather themselves up, not attack you, but seemingly like getting together, perhaps feeling safer in greater numbers.
Sure, I think Vertilith will land like I don't know, some distance away from their camp, so that like they can like see perfectly, and then like she'll treat like the rest of the distance as like a stroll.
Mm-hmm.
You know, gives her time to look at like the canyon and think to herself, "Nah, she doesn't want to live here. This place is too dry and dusty.
Mm-hmm.
Not for her."
It certainly is dry and dusty.
Tyraxos is following Vertilith's lead here, remaining majestic and imperious while keeping a close eye on these creatures.
The harpies themselves.
Bloodhawks. Wait a minute. Charge!
The harpies themselves. They look like pretty vicious little things. The harpies themselves are, well, as you say, twisted sort of images of what maybe once was humans or some such, but with large sort of bird wings and fangs. Their hands are sort of elongated into talon-like claws, though quite able to hold equipment, clearly still. And their feet have indeed talons on them. These ones, however, I mean, both the Tyraxos and Vertilith would have some inherent idea of what a harpy is.
I was about to ask.
These ones do.
I was about to ask, like, I didn't remember whether that question had come up before in the campaign, like what a harpy actually is, as far as a dragon.
I don't think it has, but Tyraxos knows harpies. They live in places that the blue dragons live, dry and windy places, but they also live in forest, and so Vertilith would probably also have like a general idea. They fly, they have claws, they're intelligent, stuff like that. These ones do seem quite a bit different, though, than what you know. As their bodies are covered in blue scars, you would very quickly recognize as spell scars. Beyond that, several of them have bodily sort of changes or mutations, like elongated claws of a bluish color rather than nail, feathers that sort of are thin and narrowed, like 1,000 blades upon their wings. Each unique in its own way, in sort of a mixture of beautiful and somewhat horrifying, due to the seeming use of these mutations. As you're sort of near them, they all perch, hunk down, like birds almost would. As they're eagles, clearly trained. A couple of them wearing like leather gloves to capture them.
I think Vertilith like regards these creatures more up close with like as a reminder of like the disgust and like the spell scarring and what it's done, because she doesn't enjoy what it's done to like her precious like environment and nature, but she sees them as opportunity because, consigned, alone, hunted by ogres. What a great force to entice and direct around, she thinks to herself. Mm-hmm. Opportunity.
Yeah. They certainly seem wary of you, if anything. They don't attack you, but they sort of watch you as you're coming closer, understanding perhaps that you're trying to be non-threatening and being non-threatened by that. So,
good.
Yeah, you.
Dragon tricks, yes. Vertilith approaches like close enough to like the gathering so that she doesn't have to like yell like at the top of her fucking dragon breath to like say, and she'll start off by saying, "We two are here to inform you that we four will be making an attack on the east in several days' time, with the sun at our backs to retrieve the giant slaves for our own purposes. We are here also then to inform you that, well, to tell you that we understand that these creatures in the east have been hunting and eating you, and that our attack may be a good time for you to visit. She tries this in common, hoping they understand that if they don't, she doesn't know how she's going to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of them sort of moves forward a bit on the perch to indicate, presumably the leader.
Okay. They all look the same to Vertilus.
Oh yeah, your dragon, yeah.
They all look the same.
Like, they have weird little things, but nothing that really... You could probably tell them apart if you knew them, but their differences don't mean anything.
Right, if I cared enough, yeah.
Yeah. She moves forward and looks at the two of you. We've seen you fight them. We would like revenge. We would like to rid ourselves of them forever. They are many and large. They throw spears and boulders. If you attack, we will be ready to get some measure of revenge.
Vertilith spreads her claws, says, "Splendid. For we dragons do not fear their spears or their boulders. They taste as well as anything else we have eaten. They seek to control. We will deny them that."
He sort of moves a bit uneasily. Clearly still somewhat tense at the closeness. Dragons, yeah. Seemingly the harpy, to difference some creatures you have seen before that might not have known exactly what a dragon is, the harpy here seems very, very conscious of what a dragon is. As the harpy speaks, you would then claim this valley as yours.
Vertilith says, "The 4 dragons who dwell in this valley do intend as such, though," and she shifts her eyes to look at Tilraxos a bit, "none of us have any interest in this canyon. It does not suit any of our tastes."
Tilraxos, will eye the harpies, and he will say, "Any creature who assists us in our ambition can count on being rewarded." There's a wicked draconic grin.
Vertilith, go ahead, sorry.
Certain areas of the valley could be perhaps arranged as a fiefdom of sorts for devoted allies and servants, yes?
Vertilith continues with, "It is unnecessary for us to inform you of this. We will attack and succeed regardless of your choice. It awards you, however, the vengeance you crave and the blood you seek. And with them gone, there will be freer travel. The giants have imprisoned all of that flesh that has traveled. That flesh can then be free, and can be in the mouths of many instead of few."
The roads are dangerous.
As you're speaking here, the many of them sort of seem to begin stirring a little bit. They do sort of very bird-like motions, which is very rocky. like in that they move and then they still and then they move again.
Okay.
And it sort of hurries up as you speak here, as something clearly gets them agitated. As the leader again speaks and says, "You do not seek to banish us from this place, even though you would claim ownership of it. We have been hunted from all places where we have sought refuge. Our conditions are not welcome. Our wisdom is not welcome. We see much that many do not wish to hear."
Vertila says, "We do not seek to banish you. Indeed, we look upon you, we dragons, and see great value in you. In this valley, you live here, and you know it. Furthermore, unlike any other potential servant, you, like us dragons, can fly. Any legged creature that does not possess wings here is at a disadvantage. How could they be favored over one such as yourselves?"
Traxxas throws a look at Verdolith, and then he nods slowly and emphatically.
Vertolith getting a jab in here, like, "You've chosen servants that can't fly, motherfucker."
Yeah, they seem, as they look at you, they seem suspicious of this. This is not what they're used to. These creatures, you get the clear indication of, are used to being hunted and hated for their obvious sort of mutations and scarring. Though they seem to be currently displaying it almost, having sort of the areas where they're each scarred, bared, to be visible.
Okay.
As they seem to have sort of internalized the effect. So I should say. Then what are the rules? There is a wisdom in what we have, just sort of stirring slightly. We have sought not to spread it, as it offends all around us.
Vertolith isn't sure what the harpy means by that. Is it possible to glean, like, what it is the harpy could mean by wisdom?
Like, sure, yeah. Could you even insight roll here? So
sure.
You can understand how much of an idea you can get of what the hell.
Sure, I'll do that.
It's not too difficult because the harpy wants you to understand.
15.
All right, that'll do. The harpy's not too difficult to understand. You have some idea here. From what you have heard, at least from the sort of cult of the Blue Flame, they wanted to spread spell scars because the spell scar kind of compelled them to, in a way. If you do not use its power and ideally spread it, it'll become more and more painful until you burst into flames and burn to death. Which in many of them could be different. Then again, these ones have apparently not done that. I mean, at least the place doesn't seem changed. Yet they still have not been burned to death. It could be that they are sort of on a higher level of mastery or mystery of whatever this is. As you look upon them, you also get a strange sense that these harpies are psionically active in some fashion. Their wisdom is probably some form of power related to their change.
Vertolith considers, but based on your information, it doesn't look like they've changed their surrounding environment. She's seen what like corrupted land looks like, thanks to like the spell scarring, and this canyon doesn't look that way, right?
No, it appears completely as it would have always.
Okay. Rilla says, "We dragons, at this moment, see no problem with your wisdom. We've engaged with legged and non-winged creatures who sought to speak their wisdom that defiled and mutated the land. This canyon has not been so altered. I have no problem with that."
They twist and turn, almost like again, more agitation goes through them. Just as foolish children would squander what they have been given. We are hated. Many seek to get revenge on all, but it is simply because they do not understand, because they fear us, because we are different. We have been banished from our homelands, plains. We saw them when the earth erupted. We were struck. Now we have been banished once again, this time after an attempt to join the Red Banner mercenaries. We were not wanted. The court of the Fae banished us for our change. Yet we hear the voices from beyond the stars. They speak to us, and us alone.
Tyraxus. There's a slight stirring, maybe a little twitch of the tail.
Mm-hmm. She speaks, but almost. There's as sort of speaks in this sort of intense, clearly agitated mood. It's as if the very sort of air around this whole place, really, the whole canyon, begins to heat up, and like the water begins to steam, and you can sort of feel heat hearing as the words capture an almost melodic tone, beginning to spin the air into a who knows what.
Vertiliff gives Tilraxos like an inscrutable look, kind of like a look that's like indecipherable, like a
Yeah, Tyraxos is like, well, they are completely crazy, aren't they?
Of a place that is ours. We desire this very much.
Tyraxos nods and says, good service is rewarded when you work for us.
Of course, if you do not wish your revenge and are content to remain here in the canyon, we dragons will not force you to attack when we make our attack in several days, or in future attacks we will make to kill these ogres and these giants. But then she basically just like lets that trail off. Basically like leaving like the unspoken thing of like, well then we dragons are gonna look at you and basically be like, what have you done for us?
You will know when we attack.
And you will know when we do. Vertiliff like looks at Tilraxos like mission accomplished. She looks at him like,
yep. He nods and says, good. It seems that we have an accord. I am pleased by this. He looks around, eyes the blood eagles suspiciously.
They're perching around.
Well, maybe get one or two of those in a cage just to rattle around like the imp. Yes. But yeah, Tyraxus also is ready to leave if Vertiliff is.
Vertiliff like begins to like lift off of like the canyon floor to begin flying.
Sure. Tyraxus comes with.
And we leave the canyon.
Watch.
Vertiliff, as we like leave the canyon, says, good, they so crave bloodlust and revenge that it did not take much effort. And, as suspected, they are outcasts, forsaken. Why not serve dragons?
Serving dragons is a value proposition, I think. At least for most of our underlings. I believe they have gotten a better life, for whatever that is worth.
Certainly that Runella is indebted to you. Perhaps it is through that. Or a desire for more that she could get from you, that she returned to you.
Yes, I appreciate creatures with obvious desires. They are easy to control. Others are more difficult.
Bertilith, pauses, and then, jokingly suggests, perhaps Valignif can make wings for her.
There's an odd expression on Tyraxus' face as he seemingly internally goes through an image, like a montage or something, what that would look like, and then he shakes his head, no.
And how that would go wrong.
Yeah, how horrible that would go wrong. I mean, he would love it if I came to Valignith and was like, hey Valignith, can you build wings for Renella? That I imagine that would make his day.
I'll need to break some wings first.
Yeah, bring me wings.
But yes, with that done, Vertilith, leaves Tilraxis to begin, his great, migration westward, and she'll, return to her lair to begin, half-heartedly digging, because she doesn't really care.
It's just a little bit of digging.
There's lots of poison.
Yeah. A little bit every day, and she just goes to in her sauna, I feel reinvigorated, and she goes and digs a little bit more. And I'm hungry, she goes to get something to eat, goes to dig a little bit more. Well, that was a busy day. I'm done.
She really is living her best dragon life, isn't she?
It's I live for 2,000 years, eventually this will get done, or I'll find something better.
Eventually this will get done. I like it.
I got all the time in the world, she thinks to herself.
I like the comparison between the activities that Vertilith and Tyraxis are doing and what Valignif is doing. While those two dragons are scheming and organizing attacks, Valignif is just pushing out braziers.
And anvils.
Yeah.
Did you take Bob with you?
Bob, I believe Bob went with him and has basically just been I don't know whether Bob's the two.
Bob's still taking care of owlbears.
Yeah, Bob's at the owlbears.
After that, he didn't need fingers, it was said. What about his legs?
He need those.
Well, the clan mother crochets some nice little snuggies or something for the couplets.
No, Bob's task, and presumably life as well, is pretty easy. He's just supposed to learn things until he's useful.
Wow, that is a steep order for someone like Bob, who I believe is a village idiot or some such.
He's 97. I've finally become of use to you.
I shall soften the bed upon which you lie with my supple body.
I can accept that.
No, Bob the human is trying to keep his head down at the moment. He's, dwarves better than that time on the fucking tower. Now he's indoors. That's good.
I imagine though that days will pass long enough for Tilraxos to migrate what he's got from the tower to the quarry, because Valignif's in no hurry to come back to talk with us, and we're not exactly motivated right now to go talk to him.
Yeah, days will pass. You can migrate from the old tower to the quarry. Big open space. There's some trees.
Yes.
Easy to uproot. They don't go very deep.
Yeah.
Rock.
Yeah. The this is where Tyraxos' base of operations will be put down. He has decided to give this a try. The quarry has some technical intricacies that he appreciates. It's connected to good stone, which is good for building and such, and also to the mountain, which means that he could potentially dig a spiraling lair in the mountain with like perches poking out of it, so you could lay on the different perches looking over the valley. He would like that a lot, actually. While the quarry itself would be the base, the root of the lair, where there would be like military camp. Maybe it would be like some sort of smithy. He dreams of military drills with hobgoblins. Interlocking shields. Yes. Traxxas closes his eyes, and he sees an ironclad legion of bow-wielding hobgoblins with shields.
Which some guys is picking his nose.
He opens his eyes, see Tiberius picking his nose, and he frowns very deeply. Like in his mind, he had the whole like Saruman speech, like a new power is rising.
He like opens his eyes, like, damn it.
Yep. God damn it.
Whereas it sounds like Velignev is like spending his time between like the tomb, moving like the stuff there, and then like looking at the dwarves.
Yeah.
If we're not interrupted, then Manaki, I don't know whether we will be.
How long do we actually plan to wait? Is the question.
It probably ends up just being like the days of like you've like moved. I think Wolverine will finally lose her patience, and that is near limitless.
It's even easier to get to now, since it's literally just like out of the house, just to the right, and then just like a 2 kilometers or something, and then there.
It's beautiful. Like, she actually does like that Taraxis now lives there. Like, it's better.
Doesn't have to fly up.
Like she like moves her body over there and is basically like, come on, Telraxos, we're fucking getting Velignev. Like, we're gonna get some bodies so you can operate this damn quarry so that we have something else to eat, so that we can do something with them. Like, we're going to get the others.
Alright. Taraxos is fine with that. He will leave the clearing out of the quarry and the building of a strong foundation to run it like cold brew.
Probably the dwarf chopping wood.
Yes, exactly. Stuff like that.
Need
like
a cabin.
Yeah, exactly. Like industry things are going on here. Early like chopping down a thing. It's like early Minecraft is going on in the quarry. That's fine.
Nice.
Get some coal.
Chopping down trees with hands. Like, no, that's not what I meant.
Dunk.
Shit.
Yep.
And because we don't know better, Vertilis, like whenever she's flown with the doors, she's pretty sure they made it a cabinet at the Thayan excavation. That's probably where Velignev still is, like whining or standing around uselessly with his anvil. Let's go there. So we head there to the excavation site.
If he has persisted in going and making himself available, they might actually have taken him up at the offer at one point. Like, a dragon, it's pretty good for smithing. Can breathe fire on the furnace, like really awesome hot dragon fire. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Or like that sort of thing. I mean, they can. He has an anvil, so
Grimmett,
yeah.
they're enabling him. We need to stop it.
They can hammer things easier. Melt some nails. They're building stuff, rudimentary things. Like, it's not what you would generally think, like a fire-forged nail for a board that you're gonna hammer to another board to make like a long stick. But it's better than a shitty normal nail, so why not?
It's a dragon fire nail.
Yeah,
it's like
really well held together stick.
That nail is worth more than your life.
Exactly.
And I just made it.
Exactly. I have breathed on it, thus it is so.
Praise me.
Actually, you can't use it. I need to keep it now.
It's like
It's too good.
You need to send people for more.
It's just laying on a pile of nails, be like, yes.
You have to delay. There's no more metal. It's we have
the crazy.
My belt buckle is gone.
Yeah, just this like war bonds, but for nails. Just to you can have all the nails. Gather all copper pans.
The Iron Throne, but
it's just an infinite circle of. It's just an infinite circle of. Oh, you were smithing something? I can smith it for you, and now it's mine because I made it.
It's far too valuable for you to keep. Give me that.
They're not smith dwarves, but they're dwarves, so there's some smithing going on. I mean,
All right.
And no, Velingov would actually.
they all have hammers. What they do, but mostly in the way to do this excavation job, setting up lights. All these things they've done. Hunting food. These are crossbows. Kill like a bear and eat it.
So, what Telraxos and Vertilith think is happening at this camp with like Velignov just doing his own like whining or complaining or like stomping his feet impatiently or rushing ahead blindly. We get there to the camp and we see something entirely different.
Yeah, the dwarves seem to sort of work around him. He's there, and if they he's made himself available. He's clearly interested in getting this done, and he'll do work to make it happen. So if they need someone to carry like half a tree, why not ask the dragon to do it? He can carry a giant tree. They can't do it. They'd have to chop it up.
Exactly, you can't.
Well, they can't.
Vertilith looks at Telraxos, leans in and says, "Oh no, he spent so much time with them that they figured out how to manipulate him."
Telraxos snorts. Oh, it's more than half an hour.
Shit. Has to suppress laugh. Slumps against him a little bit, like what happened with the kobolds. And then, she goes close enough to call his, get his attention, probably calling out his name.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, we've come to. There's things that need doing, Velignov.
Oh, there always is. That's nothing new.
Yes, but things other than these things. We got, and she's speaking in common. We asked for the dwarves here so that they could take care of this thing, while we take care of other things.
Well, this is important, though. How else are we going to get into the mountain if not through this place?
She breathes. I think she loses her patience. She looks towards Telraxos, you talk to me.
Telraxos rolls his eyes a little bit, and then he moves forward. And he says, we are trying to acquire more bodies for the work. Raiding the Earl.
Makes sense.
Raiding the Earl is the best way to do this. We believe the time is now. We have forged an alliance with the harpies in the canyon. They will assist with skirmishing or harrying tactics, and hopefully keeping some of the Earl's forces busy, while we take as many slaves as we can.
We will attack with the sun at our backs and emerge with their... They've been having trouble keeping their pins empty anyway. They're bursting with the seams, and we've killed so many of them. The orcs and ogres. Really, it's helping them, right?
He should be.
I don't think that's what that is, but that's not the point now, is it?
It's
I absolutely agree we should hit the Earl, and quite frankly, I'm looking forward to it. So, I suppose the dwarves here are capable enough that we can leave them alone?
She swivels her head left, she swivels her head right, and says, "It doesn't matter where Veristrix is, we don't need him for this. We've done things like this before, I'm sure he's..." She just waves a claw dismissively, because she has no fucking clue what it is that Veristrix thinks is more important.
I think it's probably something you go to, if anyone of you go to his place, it's just the wizard there. And you ask where Veristrix went, and he just sort of structures, I don't know. No.
I bet he went down the hole to meet the Krakatoa or whatever.
Veristrix never tells us anything. He treats us like we're all damn fools, or that he knew exactly what we were going to do before we did it.
Really you look through that deep hole in his basement. And you're like, All right.
Ah.
Fine. Yeah, we don't need him to execute a cattle raid. Besides, the fewer people you have, the better for a cattle raid.
That's how it works. Yeah.
Don't send the house.
That's not how I played that game.
That's certainly not how my viewers played either.
Thralls in the pocket.
Sacrifice to Humak, and then all the feared, and just slaughter.
At no point did my viewer democracy ever want to do anything other than send the fucking house.
No subtlety for viewer democracy.
Shout out Mog, who was in your stream chat, was one of the members of the clan council for the last run.
Oh, great!
Brilliant. Burn every village.
Yeah, I need to do that speech too. Oh, what a good game!
Yeah, so we'll congregate and then we'll head eastward, looking to basically just have the most appropriate time be where we can attack with the sun on our backs, basically shining down at the dam.
So we fly out of the valley to turn around and attack the dam basically from behind, or from the front.
What? No, why? Why would you do that?
Why?
Because the sun rises in the east, right?
Yes,
well, it can also set.
Oh, in the evening. Well, that's okay. Sure. But
well, there are mountains in that direction, so the best angle is certainly early evening.
But attacks are always done at dawn.
But yeah, the slave camp is near the hunting camp, which is both sort of nestled nice and safely behind the actual dam, with a good bit of distance to make sure that any fight that might happen on the dam doesn't spread to the camps. Clearly, this setup was made by people who imagined their enemies would be coming from the other side.
Right. Which is advantageous for someone attacking in the valley, like us.
Yes, it is very advantageous. Even now you can see the dam on top of it. There's archers and such things.
The last time you described it, you had described it as basically looking like they had more refugees and they know what to do with. Is that still true? As we get closer,
they have culled some.
Okay.
Or that they have expired. It's hard to tell, really, but yeah, it seems like there is plenty of slaves currently. Their camp is full, basically, at capacity. They never seem to need that many. Their population, all things considered, isn't that great at the dam. They're not hundreds or anything.
Right. And we've been culling their numbers.
Yeah. So they might just have eaten people or I mean, what are you gonna do? They have work they need done, but if they have enough bodies for that work, basically it seems like they got greedy, and they have not really been in the position before where they had plenty of people. It's free candy, but now you've eaten 6 bars of chocolate, and you're kind of feeling sick of it. So,
All right. If they've been living a cushy life there, maybe they might be too full to be motivated.
I mean, that said, at this point, probably the hardier ones are left. Given the most soft of slaves probably expired pretty quickly. You don't want to be a slave and also be expendable because there's so many of you.
Yeah.
That's the worst place to be.
Right, be of use, be of value.
Yeah.
That applies for them to us as well. We'll convince them.
Yeah, I mean, the camp is lightly protected. It seems the assumption is that anyone fleeing would be fleeing out. And the dam certainly is well defended, so where else are they gonna go? Into the mountains? To dragons and such? No, people would not be that stupid.
How would it be best to do this as a combat, as a skill challenge?
Yes. It would likely be a skill challenge at first. trying to oust slaves, carry them out. However you feel like your speech is to convince them.
Yeah.
However, there is quite a few slaves, and you couldn't get them all with one.
Of course not.
Yeah, basically. The initial blast, there's some guards and such, but nothing that would actually really sort of be a combat for you.
Okay.
For this, there would be a skill challenge. Success here, you get a small group of slaves, probably like 10 or so. Basically, defeat means that you get exhausted, tired out, slightly wounded by the many little bits of guards and stray arrows and stuff that the ones that are here will sort of oppose you with. Yeah. What you're trying to do is to gather slaves. What happens if you fail a check is that you will lose a healing surge, representing the damage you took, trying to do it. If you fail all of the checks, fail the skill challenge, right? Then also the slave, the guards around this camp will gather enough of themselves to oppose you a bit. And after that, you can decide if you want to continue gathering more slaves with similar odds. And finally, if you keep pushing on and keep doing well, maybe you could just sweep all of them and leave the Earl with none, which would suck for him.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
I understand.
So, a skill challenge.
I like it.
I have an idea right away then.
Go for it.
Excellent. Well.
Velignov, the leader type that he is, he can read people and things and creatures fairly well. Perhaps he can assist our group here in while we're sort of still on the approach. And perhaps the moment we are spotted, basically, scan over the slaves and prisoners that are available and try to pick out the ones who seem most likely to actually want a change of scenery rather than just, being completely panicked or maybe even having been broken to the point where they enjoy their current slavery or things like that. Basically, picking out the most useful slaves out of the lot that seem to have the most potential for our purposes here. Suggesting that maybe we focus on those and the others aren't quite as important.
Mm-hmm. All right. That sounds workable. Yeah.
Evaluating the slave flesh and the people.
Rush in, maybe flying over the place, looking down.
Yeah, like one swoop to look for targets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see how well we can do it. These are requiring 6 successes before 3 failures, by the way.
And I think insight for this, right? That makes sense.
That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Nature could be assessing their
29.
All right. Yeah, that certainly does it. As he does spot that some slaves seem more prepared, some look up and scream and such, but some look up and get their coat, right?
I think then building off of that, I have what I'll do. Velignov spots who gets their coat, and Vertilif swoops down to go to them. And basically, in words of her own choosing, being the time for your, to better your lot in life is here. You do not have to be devoured by these damn ogres. You can actually build a better life for yourself, something with meaning and substance, which isn't here. To convince them that, the dragons can't be anyone's savior. That's too far-fetched. But, we're going to treat you better. Because we're not going to keep you pinned up and fucking eat and devour you like these damn ogres and orcs have been. to convince them that it's time to go because we've got their backs.
All right.
Diplomacy. Yay. 1d20 plus 13 for diplomacy slaves. 30.
Yeah, that definitely is a success. As the words are heard, though, they're probably not entirely convinced. But it's good to know that you're not here to hunt.
Yeah, we're not I'm not immediately swooping down to rip out their necks.
No poison breath bellowing down.
That'd be some shit, wouldn't it? Don't they already have it bad enough?
And now we also get breath poison on us. God,
their lives suck.
Well, they don't. Maybe Tyraxis can break something to make the point.
Yeah.
That maybe
you might even be able to break their gates or pins so that they can start running.
Exactly. Maybe he swoops down with his jagged talons, rips into the gates and literally just, tear them off their hinges. In an awesome display of, athletics. To just, forcefully with dragon might teach these gates a lesson. And to show the haggard masters that there is a way out. I would use athletics.
See his awesome display.
Yes.
Strength moves the world.
That's pretty awesome display.
It is a pretty good display.
Strength.
Yeah, halfway to the first group, as like the ones that sort of got ready quickly are the first out the door, so to speak. While others like, oh, the dragon lands, and they like cover and cower and scream, So like probably like an orc charges Tyraxis that he's like forced to swipe down and sort of kill, as they sort of this scattered resistance begins to slowly gather.
Okay, I got something else then. Seeing like an orc immediately try to charge Tyraxis, I think Verlif will position herself to the slowly gathering groups, and with the sun glinting off of her scales, be like, "We have slain all who have opposed us. We will surely slay you too. If you value your pathetic lives, you will flee, or be devoured." Brandishes her wings, her wide, considerable bulk, opens her mouth to breathe on them. So seek to intimidate them.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I'll roll 1d20 plus 6 for intimidating. Foolish.
Things can be better for you, but they can also be worse.
14.
No, that is a failure. Probably as she's spreading out the wings and such.
Arrow goes in her mouth or something.
Yeah, an arrow is shot from a distance, gets you, spit and probably roar and rage, which does intimidate people. But a couple more arrows happen before she crushes that foolish archer who dared,
and then proceeds waste her time chasing after that damn archer, hunting it down.
Yeah. As guards are forming, sort of withdrawing from the camp and forming up to do a push against the dragons. Alarms are going off somewhere.
I think Velagnef, for his part, an idea for him. It's probably a pretty chaotic scene. Suddenly dragons, guards scrambling all over the place, panicked slaves. Velagnef is just gonna start picking people up. He picked out the good people, the good slaves that we are probably here for, and he wants to pick some of those up, put them somewhere reasonably safe, and just collect them up for further processing. Sort of swooping in, grabbing one, carrying him away, coming back, taking another.
All right.
Look at you, the personal dragon fairy service.
Yeah.
You are the real dragon godmother today.
You're mine? And you're mine?
Yeah.
Oh, that one. I want that one.
Exactly.
That one's rare. All right.
I would argue athletics. Like picking people up.
Right.
Probably some heavy ones
heavy
out there as well.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, heavy lifting.
You're not that much bigger than them.
Like we're still medium sized, yeah.
No, we are smaller or as large. I'd like to think. Oh God!
Oh,
no,
and that's a problem. As you fly down and grab one, he's a guard.
Oh,
and you get promptly a scream and like a sword repeatedly in the face, probably forcing him to let go, move up a little bit. There's the loss of a healing surge as he's sort of knocked back and then sputters and spits and probably fries the guard. But that kind of makes other people not want to be picked up by him so much.
I understand.
Well, yes, we have failed. We have succeeded being inspiring and failed to be scary. So Tyraxus, Tyraxus will try to be scary as well. Verdlith was shot in the mouth.
You can see that the forces that are ready to go in and like hunt you down and kill you.
Yeah.
It's a puny force. It's not like really scary as you looked at it, like an ogre, like a couple orcs and a couple humans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he will swoop down towards them, roaring intimidately, breathing a streak of lightning over them, perhaps just for effect. Swoop down, try to take someone's head out, in the flyby. Using intimidate to be a scary, angry dragon. Let's see if I can be scary. Not very scary.
Oh, well, it's just enough to make them hesitate.
Oh yes, success!
They stand back a little bit, racing up their shields and like covering, stepping back and forth to retreat. They're still ready to charge in, but you certainly one time that more slaves sort of run away.
Awesome.
All right, I'll build off of that then. While they're hesitating, Verdlith, who's finally chased down that one damn archer, will move towards the gathered group and will gesture and call out and try to now trick these damn creatures that we had a fourth dragon waiting behind the scenes all along with another force that is going to pounce on these fuckers and catch them by surprise. Using bluff on that skill challenge.
All right.
1d20 plus 11. 29.
Yes, that's it. As the slaves are gathering up, the guards, like staring a bit more, like gathering, like calling for more reinforcements before they're quite ready to go for this. There has been traditionally 4 of them, and one of them still hasn't been seen to sort of spot around the archers, particularly like shooting into a bush and whatnot.
They have also seen some very creepy looking goats looking at them from close by. They've heard they've heard the rumors.
All right, 5 success and 2 failures. Who wants to take us home, one way or the other?
One way or the other.
Sure. Tyraxus will urge. He will swoop down, over the running slaves, gathering slaves, urging them on, shouting, trying to encourage them to keep moving. Their salvation is at hand. They just need to, shut up over there.
People person hard at work.
I heard someone in the peanut gallery snicker. Yes, their salvation is at hand. A glorious, well, not wonderful, a glorious future awaits. A new dawn, a new purpose in life. They just need to get the courage to move on. And he will, try diplomacy.
This will determine whether I really regard you as a people person.
I guess we'll see. I am pretty good at diplomacy, as it turns out, but
I've heard sheep say that before at athletics, so it did not go well.
Yeah. they run and get the fuck out of there. It also inspires them that yes, maybe they should leave some of the slightly weaker slaves behind.
Yes.
This is their time as they rush forward, escaping, waiting. The guards here, the guards of the camp. You hear a swooshing sound as a group of 6 harpies swooshing across, sort of flying further up than you, diving down and incinerating the group that was gathering to intercept you.
Nice.
Seemingly, what they do is they begin speaking words so distant you can't really hear them, but you see the grass and the trees and the air around them just begin burning as they speak. The guards sort of shooting a couple arrows and such that burn as they fly through the air and just, eyes popping, like skin like fucking French fries,
Wow.
twisted and roasted.
Oof.
That's the harpy wisdom right there. Oof.
It's fucking harpy wisdom.
Jeez.
The grass sort of twisting and turning around them into these burn marks that looks like sort of spirals and eyes as they.
That's creepy. I like my burn marks to be scorch shape. Thank you.
Yeah, but it does also, as they move on after that display, seemingly interested in doing this to more scattered groups of foes in return for what had happened to them. It does give you more time, however. Probably more will come. The next group that will try to intercept you in getting more slaves would be the sentries you just avoided by flying. They're a little bit more distant away, but basically we're looking at the same idea. The sentries are a bit more organized than the others. They don't include pathetic humans, but they're not here yet. If you could do this fast enough, you could do it before they get here. Ultimately, probably the hunters from the hunters' camp will arrive also, which could be bad. There's probably the most organized group you could face here, but so far you've done good time.
So we're starting in. If we want to, we can start a new skill challenge.
You can leave with the dozen you have, or you could get a dozen more. Beyond that, you notice that in this cage set out here, it seems that some slaves have been deemed too much to be let just walk around. They had that one archer who was sort of shot at Vertlev, seemed to be their particular guard. Part of this second skill challenge could be to, well, if you want to anyway, to free them, to bring them with you for, whatever reason they might be locked up.
Well, that sounds enticing.
Yeah.
That sounds enticing. Would it still be a 6 successes, 3 failures thing, or just like restarting, or starting a new one?
Okay. It's just starting a new one.
All right.
You did the first one. You got some slaves. They're gone. Like if you fail now, you got those guys.
Okay. Does that mean that we're allowed to use whatever skill we want again, or do you want us to stay away from skills we use?
As long as it makes sense.
Okay.
Well,
Jonas, you sound the most enticed by the prospect of useful and valuable and skilled people.
This sounds.
It is 4 people.
Tyraxus is always
wearing ragged hoods and robes.
Yeah, Tyraxus is always looking for quality.
Locked in the cage. Yeah.
Well then. What like are they looking? Are they awake? Are they looking about?
Yes, they're awake.
All right.
Just locked in a cage.
They like are holding the bars. Like looking.
All right. Yeah. Tyraxus will swoop down, and then he will tell them that he is Tyraxus the Mighty. Here with his friends. No. What are we? Siblings? Sure.
My buddies.
Companions. His siblings. Yes. Yeah. Looking for people useful and willing to join the new order that will rise in this valley. you people seem special and curious, and swear your loyalty to us, and you will be let free. You will try to convince them that coming with us is the best idea, using his diplomacy.
Come with me if you want to live.
Exactly, he does a come with me if you want to live speech. See if he succeeds. Diplomacy. Oh yeah. Nope, that's bad.
No.
Maybe they don't speak my
skeptic,
language.
Perhaps, of this dragon taking an approach like this. That is not how dragons usually act or behave.
Sure.
Beyond that, he notices one of them has a tattoo upon her hand, that of a bloody claw, a symbol you have seen before, worn by a druid of Malar. These do not seem to be people who accept leadership easily, or sort of honeyed words do not matter to them.
All right, interesting.
Well, in that case, Veliknov knows the best way to convince these people. He's just gonna smash into whatever cage they're currently in.
To open a way for them.
Yes.
Rolled it about for fun, I guess.
Yeah. With the attention to do what he does best, which is break things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right to that. He's good at those things. Sometimes.
Yes. He smashes into the cage and begins ripping at the metal bars. Looks like the Earl's cage is not the greatest cage he's ever ripped in, but, he would rip it again.
Jonas, does Tilraxos, indicate or, declare out, what he saw, as a symbol on,
Sure. He is to Verdlith specifically, probably, because, there is an affinity for all of us for Malar, of course, but Verdlith had the most friendly conversations with the druid, so it makes sense to call that out.
Verdlith was going to focus her efforts on the group that was going to come for us, but she swivels her head at that, and with probably a maddeningly slow pace because of fucking chorus. The symbol, because she does prize and treasure that the dragon claw, the green dragon claw necklace, the Talon amulet that she was given, will indicate that we dragons have befriended the Emerald Enclave, the druid, and we have devoted ourselves to fighting spell-scarred cultists. And the best future for them is not in there, perhaps being food, but out. Fighting these bastards, the dam, or fighting spell-plagued cultists. Whatever their purpose is, it's not here in this cage. Either through, it could be a genuine, attempt to, employ them, or also ends up being, manipulation. Yeah, we're totally friends of the Emerald Enclave. Honest. They want you to do this. It's for the best. You should come with us. We're highly regarded. I think bluff actually is most fitting for this situation.
It's a good start to a relationship.
I killed the guy and took it. I mean, no.
I totally didn't kill the guy and take it. Honest, look at me. I'm the most trustworthy dragon you've ever seen.
Would this face kill a guy and eat him?
Yeah.
It's a big bulk. Rolls around
totally
in the background.
Being a friend of the Emerald Enclave. 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seem somewhat convincing of that fact. Very convincing dragon face. She's spoken to people before. She seems to know people. Like the group, climbing out of the cage wreckage, sort of quickly moving, very rapidly moving, sort of to get back a little distance from the raging Veliknov. As their leader seemingly looks to Verdlith and does indeed give a moment of.
All right, good moment of recognition there.
All right. Well,
who wants to go next?
A stray arrow flies from some distance away as the next. The sentries are getting sort of to the point where they can begin to shoot a little bit.
I'll
haphazardly.
I'll give it another try. If these druids of Malar or acolytes of Malar do do not believe in honeyed words. Maybe some brute strength will do the job, or some intimidation, perhaps.
They're getting conflicting signals here.
Well, they do respect strength, and as the as the arrows start flying, Tyraxus will grab hold of a box or like something heavy and big, and just with a roar throw it back towards the oncoming guards, maybe crushing one of them, or like smashing into another building, making it more difficult for them to approach, something like that. A show of strength to impress these picky creatures. Come on, Tyraxus, you can do this. Maybe 18.
Yes, that'll do it.
All right.
Chucks the thing.
Whew.
Indeed, crushes an orc. The others ignore the orc and continue moving.
Show them that he means business.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the people are scrambling around, grabbing like some daggers or blades off the guards that have been crushed and killed. Quick to arm themselves, but there's still people coming, and there are also other slaves who are trying to get away. Certainly, join your group. If nothing else, most of them believe being here is not the best place, and they're not going to flee to the dam.
I mean, an easy to apply strength of Bellingham's would be his heal skill, but that would be so out of character that I don't want to do it. Like, slaves, come with the red dragon, he will heal your wounds.
That doesn't sound like a heal skill thing. That sounds
that sounds like a bluff. That's what that sounds like.
I mean, heal can also be knowledge and recognize people that have.
You can actually
problems.
like emphasize people who've been hurt in some way, and let me tend to you.
Or just know who to help.
Next would be like, we have a very good healthcare package at our organization.
Valignif MD.
Or know who not to help, if all things considered.
Valignif is a CEO.
You've revealed the truth of their bodies. You understand anatomy, so you can discover who best to help. Like, who would be the most useful for Valignif among all these slaves? And that might not be an insight thing. That's actually like whose body appears to be the best. I like that. That sounds like appropriate for Valignif.
Who's physically healthy, like a horse? Just look at him in the mouth and.
Who could carry my anvil for me?
I mean, that could be a thing.
That guy won't make it. I'll mercy kill him.
Yeah, that's gonna make the other slaves follow us more. I gotta think about this.
Okay,
maybe one of you has a turn.
Yeah, I'll go act then. Slaves are rushing forward, try and do something. I think after I tricked my cunning scheme, my ruse to say hey, we can do this, we got this. I think now she'll set her eyes on the group of approaching forces, those who may be arriving early, and cry out, "Follow me!" as she takes off and begins to fly, hoping that her wings will shelter, that these slaves will follow after her, and that the group force will be enough to She's hoping for a lot of things here. That they follow behind her with their daggers or stones or makeshift bows they picked up off the dead bodies that the harpies burned or whatever, and B, that it'll be enough to give the approaching enemies pause. I'm not sure what the skill that's most necessary there is. Am I trying to scare the orcs, or am I trying to like convince these bastards to follow me?
You could be. Would you? I mean, either diplomacy to try to inspire more people to join you and thereby sort of do it, or intimidate as you're sort of relying more on you being scary and other people coming sort of as a bonus.
Yeah, I think based on like her like compulsion, no effort wasted, it's more upon relying and manipulating on others, like the traditional Green Dragon way. So it's an inspire, like, Tilraxos can't appeal to these fuckers, but Verdolith can connect to the soul of pawns and compel them to do her bidding. So diplomacy seems most appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
To inspire a glorious countercharge. 18.
Yes, as you charge and calling, and with you comes at least the people from the cage. As you see, you see them come with you, and then you see like the oncoming group like just stand there a little bit as one of the ogres like puts a hand over his eyes and squints to see what the hell's going on behind Verdolith, as the people from the cage seem to move down on all fours to run.
I like those people.
Beginning to twist and turn and change their bodies as they do.
All right, sheep. Bought you some time.
Yeah, I think, Velignov is not the most altruistic of dragons. He's not a people person. But he does care for the things that he considers his basically, or at least something that might be potentially very useful in the future. And if some of these slaves are looking like particularly useful, like these guys from the caves, they have something going for them. They're interesting and are showing at least signs of both strength and a good amount of courage. He can probably like fix them up a little bit. He has done that in the past, mostly to make sure that we want them, so they better not just die now. That would be inconvenient.
Yeah, he sees a slave by the little forging area. Clearly a smith who has been stabbed by one of the guards.
Gonna go to him and give him his second wind.
Mm.
I love it.
Put some water to his cracked lips. Like, there.
No, you don't get to die yet.
Your service is not yet over to me.
There, productive creature. You shall soon serve a greater purpose.
You shall be the anvil bearer.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Works. Yeah, as you fix him up right quick and sort of get him, half afraid, but also like, hey, that dragon actually like did like correct my shoulder that was pulled out of the socket. Huh. It's not what he expected, but it works. The group approaching here has stopped. They're sort of looking still. They're entirely not sure if they're actually able to do what they're about to do here. And in the distant, you can see from the dam. It seems that an actual giant is on the way, like a tall, mountainous creature carrying massive pieces of dam, really, under his arms, clad in what looks like a huge fucking plate armor and wielding a massive sword.
Damn, that's our first time seeing a hill giant or any giant of sort. Like
stomping with a bunch of ogres.
Other than the undead one.
These ones look at you and they're like, maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see if you're almost there, really. Before they decide that maybe they should just let the other guys do it.
You got something that you want to do, John?
Yeah, I mean, if they are at the breaking point here, Tyraxus can attempt to give them that last push to just scatter and flee away, and let us take these last slaves here. I see. Let's see here.
Before you say it, I feel like, given that, I want to compel Tyraxus here. that he strength moves the world.
Yes.
And he wants to show these puny creatures that he is strong, either by using athletics or intimidate.
And you already used Intimidate during this particular one.
Yeah. Right. To show them that he is beyond them.
I accept the compulsion, and will then use athletics. Yes.
Absolutely fitting.
Yep. And I will do that by basically, like, if there is, I don't know, there is some rubble or like some rocks, some boxes piled up. Basically, to actually put like a bum rush, full speed ahead. He will do a Valignith, just crash in with all of his dragon might into some rocks or something on the nearby hill that will tumble down and like start crushing these poor creatures gathering down below, while roaring out his defiance. No one commands him. No one. Run! Damn it! What are you still doing here? Just run! You're so outgunned, so outmatched. So yep, he'll attempt the athletics. 17. 17.
Oh, there you go. I didn't see it.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, that certainly pushes it over the edge. As they basically, look at it and look at the other reinforcements. They're like, fuck this. As the orcs and ogres sort of withdraw, there are some other things to attend to. There's a fire going on over there.
Yeah.
That they sort of, their leader tells them that this is handled. Let's go to solve the fire problem. There's fire over this other place. Yeah, as they sort of retreat basically without a fight, leaving in the distance the massive hill giant, sort of stomping along. Even from this distance, very huge as it sort of dwarves the ogres that are sort of amongst its feet. Hunters.
Tyraxus will turn to the others and over the din of the battle and the calamity, he will say, I believe we are done here for now.
You could push on. There's still some slaves, certainly. You could do another skill challenge. If you succeed, you could get it done before these guys get to you. If you fail, of course, I can tell you already, Lowlock the Butcher will catch up.
I earnestly like the idea of staying. Like, I like the idea of like we pushed well, and worst case, the Butcher shows up. Fuck it.
I guess we can always retreat from the Butcher.
We end up like bloodied and battered and bruised, like not running. He's not here yet.
I mean, no effort wasted, right? We've set out to do a thing, and we've done the thing, and anything extra would just be redundant.
Yeah, I'm fucking coming back. You compelling me?
Yeah.
I'm fucking coming back here.
Intentionally doing more work than we set out to do.
And if you two leave, I'm still staying.
All right. Well, I guess we're staying then.
All right.
Can't abandon dear sweet sister.
What session is this? Session 13?
Something like that.
All right. This giant is approaching, and already, like one of them is like, well, he's grabbing like a big piece of rock, smashing it between his hands, and beginning to chuck these like smaller things that can fly further. Okay. They sort of rain down like sort of a small catapult, smashing into.
All right.
Into whatever's around.
All right, I'll go first then, since I was compelled. No effort wasted. Vertilif, in that idea, looks at the giant, goes to get the harpies that are still flying about. Giant's big and fucking scary, but who's responsible for hoisting those harpies and putting them on spears? Who attracted the ogres here and employs them? It's the giants. So if you get like one of those like little flame things, right in this fucking face or something to distract him, that'd be really good. You should do that. It's a really great idea. Trust me. We'd really look on it well. Honest. basically try to convince the harpies to provide a distraction specifically against the giant's face.
So they can harass the giant too.
It sounds like we're like in a harder skill challenge area now as well, Manaki. Or are we still like the same?
No, it's 25 now.
What?
I was just like curious, like whether we were like in a harder skill challenge area, because this sounds like more dangerous.
There's a new one.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't asking like whether new, but whether it was like harder. I was just curious.
What's the DC basically?
Well, I don't need to know that. Just like this sounds like more dangerous. Okay.
All right. Well,
it's the same difficulty.
All right. Let's push.
For having the harpies distract the giant. Okay. 30.
Damn. Yeah. The harpies, perhaps too smart to get too close to that thing themselves, will send their some of their hunting eagles to try to peg at its eyes. The eagles being small enough that the giant sort of swinging its great sword has a harder time striking on them and winning you some time. As more of the slaves, some of the ones that sort of have like wife and kid or something still in the camp and have waited, like is waiting for them to get out too, you know.
I think there's a brief moment where like Vertilith like looks back at Tilraxos and calls back in Draconic, "This is the power of servants with wings, Tilraxos."
Oh you. Oh you. Well, okay. Yes. Yeah, if there is now like boulders and stuff starting to rain down, Tyraxus will actually run some interference here. He will try to intercept, place his body in the way of rocks and stuff that would hit the more valuable slaves. Basically, I would like to use my endurance to try to shield the fleeing slaves from some of the incoming damage.
I mean, raining boulders can be interpreted as extreme weather.
I suppose so, yes. It's very big hails.
Oh. Same thing, really.
Yeah, endure.
Endure. I will use endurance to see if I can endure the hardships. I'm enduring.
We can tell that Manakai's Danish internet is having some slight chugs, as the dice result is taking a moment to print out in chat. But I can look at your stream. Right. See a 25.
I'm having a ping average of 800 or something.
Oh, goodness. Yes, 25 on my endurance check.
25 is certainly a success. As many of the pebbles and rocks sort of hammering down upon Tolraxos, won't really, like, they hurt and such, but they don't hurt enough to harm him. And he can endure little pain.
Yeah.
The pleasure of stealing all of the Earl's slaves from him.
It is an act of defiance, He tosses a rock and Tyraxus just flies up, like, into it, just smashes through it, roaring, They do nothing to him.
The rocks, they do nothing.
Yes. And then, like, a harpoon with a rope, like, oh! And then he just gets hauled in, and that's Tyraxus. But for now, he's holding firm.
Well, piggybacking off that, Valagrif is going to do the exact opposite. He's going to take some of the stuff that is scattered around this point, be it bits of the boulders that were thrown or logs or whatever, and do like he did with goats. Throw them back.
Love this so much. This is so malignant. This is great.
Poor creature.
First he destroys things, and then he makes use of the things he destroys.
No one can throw rocks, goats, better than me. Have at you, giant.
Turns out not really having arms makes throwing things actually pretty difficult.
Good enough.
Okay.
He hits one. That's enough.
Mm-hmm. They look for a moment. Hit by a goat.
It's raining down.
Yeah, I mean, the slaves are getting away, and they're sort of, even them throwing these things sort of takes up a bit of time, but yeah,
Okay.
the giant begins to walk faster. He wants to get you.
All right.
And
Vertilith.
you do actually see, speaking of harpoons, that he takes one out, connected to a long chain. That seems to be perfect for hitting flying things and then dragging them close to be bashed about and ripped apart without them being able to move away.
All right. Vertilith, she's still in no effort wasted mode, is determined that we're not fucking leaving here without these damn things. So she will take off away from the others, towards like the group of like the giant with the harpoon, and then like his minions, but like away from Phylacteries, Tilraxos, and the other slaves. Run a diversion. If there's going to be an attack, she wants it to be on her instead of her brethren while they're completing the score. And basically, like, try to entice the dragon to come at, not the dragon, the giant to come at her instead. They bluff. You don't want them, you want me. Does that idea work, Manaki? Like, can I do that, or is that like?
I think it would work. Yeah, they're definitely more interested in.
I'll get closer so they can have a better throw. Oh, 1d20 plus 11 for. Should totally come at me, bro. 16.
That does it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, as they sort of direct themselves to an intercept course, if you will, coming close still, but at an angle, meaning that, well, it's slower the approach. As Lolak the Butcher seems much more.
It's like I buy like the others' time basically by like taking off on my own. Okay, you two.
Well. Let's see here. I mean, you can certainly go back to the well a bit. I mean, the last slaves, maybe they don't know where they're going. Maybe the constant rain of arrows and boulders and screaming dragons have them so absolutely shocked that they have trouble finding their way out of the camp or towards the rest of where everyone else went. I don't think anyone like stayed around really. I think most people just ran full speed away, and so they need an inspiring leader figure to follow out of here and lead them to safety. Tyraxus can fly. He has a good oversight. He can scream out to these people. He can fly high above, like catch the attention and become the beacon all of these people need to follow out. He'll try to use diplomacy to, become a sort of a figurehead for people to lock onto, a North Star, if you will. So he can like just, hey, down there, stop cowering, get up here, look up here, follow me, and then just lead them out. Does that work?
Yeah, high in the.
Yes. 19.
Look at how inspiring and guiding and wondrous you are, Jonas.
I am, yes. Thank you.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Wow, the blue scales, the sunlight hits them just so.
It's glorious, really. Mommy, I want to be a dragon.
That looks like 6 successes.
Yeah. You the people are running. The giants are still a little sidetracked by Vertilith. All in all, if you flee now, they won't catch up to you. You're flying. You have the benefit of that. Beyond that, they're also slightly distracted by the fires going on behind them. It seems like, sure, the dam has not been hit, but whatever things were sort of away from the reach of the hill giant sort of rock thrower that is on top of it, seems to have been hit by some burning words, and it's definitely drawing attention to them. Blue fire is something people have learned to fear.
I am perfectly happy with withdrawing.
Yeah.
Now, of course, you could also take your chances fighting Lolok the Butcher.
Nah.
And his hunter entourage.
I am satisfied.
I like to think that we gave the butcher and the entourage a fair shot of pinning us into a combat.
Mm-hmm.
We gave him a chance, and well, we're not doormats here. Now he's just gonna have to come after us. He wants the damn slaves. I think we're out of here.
All right.
With my ability unused, basically like taunting them. See ya, suckers. I found your weaknesses.
Foolish, stupid ogres. You can't do anything.
Stupid ogre's giant. Some kind of butcher you are, the butcher of air.
That's right. Yeah, as you sort of fly away, you can see the mass of people. You've won them quite a lead, as it seems the giants sort of run after you at the beginning, but then slow down to and return to sort of lick their wounds and fix things. You see the harpies as well, having noticed you leaving, and they're also leaving. Not interested in staying there alone. Be the sole target of whatever wrath comes now. They retreat back.
It's going to take us a while to herd these kids. I imagine we'll travel south through the grove, because that's going to be the easiest for these slaves to traverse across, rather than going north or through the canyon.
Mm-hmm.
And herd them west.
Yes, to safety.
How far would you want to drive them in one go?
I think it'd be okay with the time being for us like taking them to the grove and allowing them to like stop there for the night. You know, there's food there in the trees.
It is evening, so
yeah,
shouldn't have the cover of darkness, and then some food.
Yeah. Like I don't want all these like weak fleshlings to be walking around at night.
Oh, you mean Verstrix Temp HQ area?
And not like the actual caves, but in the grove.
Okay, sure.
You know,
Yeah,
all the beautiful trees
around pears. You know,
sure.
Yeah, all the lovely little fruit.
We find Veristrix like meditating in his cave, and we just herd in like 40 people.
The wizard's like, "Oh, I was not preparing for this."
Oh, did you make more mud for them? Yes.
Look at all these pointless lives.
No, I you know, Verstrix actually spent his time setting up like an orchard and like a cider making operation.
Very nice. And yes, that's also trampled.
Like, and that probably allows us three like to discuss like once we've got them like what it is that we're actually going to do with more people than I think any of us anticipated getting from there.
No, there's like 30 something of them. You didn't leave anyone behind, so Bill might have felt like he had plenty of people. Now he had none, so.
Like, in that case, like, Verlif like begins with the three of us, and Draconic huddled while these weak fleshlings like sleep and recover their wounds and sob and beg for mercy from their dragon gods. Like, I was not expecting that we would be this successful. If the pins are truly empty as they appeared, then I do expect immediate retribution.
He's gonna be angry.
Traxus nods. Yes, I would expect that this would provoke quite a bit.
The only good thing that we have going for us is that as we've allowed no survivors to retreat back that way, the giants will not know exactly where we've laired up. But as they no longer have any slaves to keep them there, I do not think we will be seeing just the last force we did that we tricked. It will probably include at least one giant, if not more than one. Like the one that chased us away.
Yes, well, the tactic would be similar. We need to, in that case, pull them apart. They can't cover the entire valley with just one force. If they just move around in a clump, we can move around them, ignore them, outmaneuver them.
We can fly, but all the other creatures that we seek to make use of cannot.
We would need to move them to one of the secure lairs. The further away from the Earl's camp, the better, really. Something with decent space. Either I suggest we move them close to the promised passage where the dwarves can help defend them and keep them under control, or we move them into the quarry. It's easily defendable against anything that doesn't fly, and it has lots and lots of space, a square kilometer at least.
What do you think, Valignith? Probably a rare moment where she's actually asked what he's thought and cared.
Well, I'm a bit taken aback that you're actually asking me.
Shocked.
I don't actually think I have a huge opinion.
With that in mind, then, the destroyed bandit camp probably would have been the best location for these slaves, but if there's going to be an even larger force of angry giants coming to fetch these slaves and kill us, then the quarry will probably end up being the best place to travel. It is closer than them heading all the way up to near the Promised Passage, and although we may have enticed the dwarves to come work with us, I would not expect them to look after these creatures. They are, after all, pawns for us to make use of, not to have other pawns look after.
Though if those giants and ogres and whatnot are going straight for our people, can we get them past your pipe? Into the pipe?
She like looks and says, I strongly don't think there will be many, if any, survivors. We are powerful and can survive the plants. This flesh was not powerful enough to avoid being captured.
They couldn't break out of a wooden cage. They would perish in the fumes.
But if somehow...
What if we had large jars to put over the plants while we shuffle the people inside?
Drax closes his eyes.
We don't have large jars, Valignith.
True.
I still believe that the quarry or the Promised Passage is the way.
The quarry will be closer, and it'll be elevated a bit so that you will be able to see them coming if they try, and I do think that this will be seen as such an affront that they will care primarily about killing us before retrieving their flesh.
I
would certainly be so gravely offended by this that I would care more about killing the offenders than retrieving my slaves.
I would also suggest that if they do come in force, as we suspect, it might be time to actually call the banners, as it were. This would be the battle to determine who rules this valley, and if our allies has any preference that it is us instead of the Earl, they should fight by our side. If he brings everything he has, we must do so as well.
What do you mean by calling the banners? I don't understand.
Telling the monastery that it is time to fight. Telling the dwarves that to train those crossbows. Give sticks, stones, swords, bows to anyone who can hold them. Try to convince, he shrugs, whatever lives down the hole in Veristrix's cave that we can benefit for fighting. Things like that. We need allies. The four of us cannot stand up to several giants and all their underlings.
Verillus, like,
we need more than just sticks.
She says, I think it will be hard work trying to compel the dwarves we hired to care about this. The monastery, I could see myself manipulating its leader into, if you do not assist, I will lead them here and force you to fight anyway. But the dwarves could just go.
If the Earl comes in full force, I don't think he would let them. He is probably hungry for retribution. He is hungry for new slaves. These dwarves might simply perish then.
I don't see how the ogres and giants could stop the dwarves from just going.
But by standing in the way and killing them. I also don't see how the dwarves can expect to work unimpeded with the Earl on the warpath. We are the patrons of these dwarves. We have led them here with promises, and we are in some way protecting them and guiding them. Without us, he shrugs, their chance of succeeding slims significantly.
The clan mother led them here on an opportunity. They can easily hide down below. They don't have to swim down into the water. There was another path into that pipe. The ogres and giants will not pursue them there if they don't know the dwarves are even here. And then once we're gone, the dwarves can just re-emerge and keep working on the passage.
Well, if you believe the passage is such a good place to hide, we could all retreat in there, wait them out.
Verlith, recoils. You're suggesting fleeing?
I am
Who
suggesting...
are you and what did they do with Tyraxos?
Tyraxos snaps in the air. Listen to me, you complete idiots. If we fight them head on, we die. If we have no allies in the fight, we die. Everything will be lost.
And I'm telling you, I don't know how the dwarves will be compelled to do so. That doesn't mean you can't do it. I just don't know how. I know how I could manipulate the monastery, not those damn stunties you wanted here so much that you love as minions.
I will convince the dwarves.
Then if they want to help, and then if I work my way through the monastery and the monastery helps, and we do our part, then nothing can stand in our way. Worst case, we can lead them to where Besserek dwells. Because anyone who enters there is dead. And then she stops because she never considered until that moment leading anyone to where Besserek is.
Would that be something? The Serpentine Earl versus Besserek.
She's like, oh, yes, it worked with the Thayan. Why couldn't it work with them? Yes.
Drax's eyes thin. Interesting thought.
Yes, it worked once with the Thayan, yes. Yes, and then... Not all of them may be so foolish, but if enough followed... Yes. Besserek did warn that any creature who enters there, his life would be forfeit.
It's true. Besserek is powerful.
Yes. If there were to be a trail of flesh and blood which led all the way up there, perhaps they're wayward slaves, and perhaps us they think hiding inside, dwelling within. And that's closer to where the dwarves are anyway.
It is worth an attempt, yes.
Good. Nothing to be concerned over, really. We will endure as we are destined to, for we are dragons and they are not.
If we were just destined, then we would need less scheming, wouldn't we?
Part of our destiny is to scheme. It is our birthright.
Destiny helps those who prepare, in my experience.
In his experience, she thinks.
Many years of...
I have inherited dragon knowledge, thank you.
Of course.
Well, so do I, and see where it got me.
Yeah, I don't know what went wrong in your case. Maybe your mom drank a lot or something.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I'm just playing the long con. Maybe I'm playing the naive wormling right now, so you underestimate me later.
All right.
It's working.
Yeah.
We have an idea of where we're going to nudge these kids towards in the future. Feeding them what to think about, but there's no eagles hunting around here anymore, and, well, we can always... just thinking about all those, herd animals, but I don't think any of these slaves can reasonably fight them, so...
do a Lion King stampede, yeah.
Yes, the cattle grounds. I'm going to give it some more thought. I'm sure they're not used to much food anyway, so... I think the only thing Vertolith is interested from these fleshy pawns we've captured is learning how that useful group got themselves captured. Were they with Amrath here from the Emerald Enclave to kill spell-scarred cultists? Was that why they were in the neighborhood?
That is a good question. Well, you've been trying to find them to actually function. But it seems like it's okay, right? Because as you've been talking, here in the camp at night, around
and
gathering,
these draconic roars and snarls at each other.
The group that you freed from the cages is sort of gathered up, and are sort of getting close enough that they're sort of showing, that they're present and want to speak to you, but not so close that they're imposing upon you.
Yeah. With the conversation between the three of us over, Vertolith, who had an interest in going to talk to them anyway, swivels. It's like the pawns understand their master's desires. It's great. She moves over to acknowledge them. Looks at them expectantly in the night.
They seem unbothered by the darkness. In fact, they seem to carry themselves somewhat better under it, under its cover. They're wearing sort of all at this point. They seem to have been stripped somewhat of their stuff when they were put in sort of slave jail.
Yes.
But they have certainly reacquired stuff, given that they have sort of pulled extra layers of clothing over, covering their faces mostly. Loose clothing, though, particularly. One of them, their seemingly leader, also has a sort of strong smell of just sort of an unwashed nature. Vertolith gets close. What you would call like a natural odor?
Sure.
That's she looks up at the dragon. Says, I cannot help but overhear that you speak of fighting the giants more.
Vertiliv says, yes. We claim this valley as our home, as the Earl claims this territory. So there will be a confrontation soon, I am sure, as there was tonight.
Not. And it seems that you are looking for ways to solve such a problem. Is that why you have brought so many? Just out her hands.
Yes, we are seeking ways to be rid of these giants.
And that gesture, she gestures to the amulet. Just wielding, I suppose.
Yeah. Nice. It was like, a treasured gift from like one predator to another.
Mm-hmm.
She values it.
How did you come by it? You said you are friends of the Emerald Enclave.
Yes, and she'll like relate the story of like her encounter with, Amrath, the Druid of Malar, and like the conversation and how they parted ways. She sees no reason to hide that.
She listens. It doesn't seem like the name Amrath rings any bells for her, however. But did not. It seems understandable to her what you're saying. Like yeah, she believes you.
Okay.
She will say, "So you yourself is not a direct follower, then?"
I've not had enough time to consider it, given survival concerns.
No, not. I can certainly understand concerns for survival. You might have noticed, but I am not your everyday refugee. My name is Ziaze. I am from some distance to the east. These are my companions, who have come with me after thorough convincing. They sort of all just, like, yeah, they know why they're here. They seem to defer to her entirely. I am of the belief that strength should be paramount, and that the natural order is well thought out in its designs of who should live and who should not. Sort of shows her wrist where the tattoo of the claw is upon her. Yet it is perhaps for more selfish reasons that I have dedicated myself to bringing this word across the land. I was born to parents infected with what many call a disease. She'll say, and look to the sky, and in defiance of the moon, she will turn herself into a were-rat. Twisting, turning, legs bending back, teeth growing out, snout forming, claws, tail sprouting, as the ragged and sort of loose clothing makes sense, as it does not break upon the transformation.
What does my inherent instinctual nature inform Vertiliv about lycanthropes and like lycanthropy?
Yeah, give a nature check.
Okay, will do. Roll. I crit that 29.
Somehow, your parents knew about lycanthropes. This is a weret. There are different types of lycanthropes. All of them are generally thought of as being cursed, though the curse can differ in its origin. You can be cursed to be a lycanthrope, in which case the curse can be removed. This woman seems to be a natural lycanthrope, which means that her parents, one of them at least, were a lycanthrope, and so the curse is passed by blood rather than by spell, meaning that she cannot escape it effectively. Her kind are hunted quite a lot because they have the power to easily infect others with the curse of lycanthropy. It's the classical werewolf that bites someone and then they too get infected with the disease. That is not a normal thing for lycanthropes. Most of wererats, for example, would just give you ordinary diseases and plague and stuff like that in plenty, but they will not actually turn you into a wererat. For that, you need someone who is naturally one, or of course someone who can curse you in some fashion to be one. Lycanthropes have particular powers. They don't like moonlight generally. They also have a weakness to silver, though any injury caused by non-silver weapons will rapidly heal. They are quite powerful and quite versatile because of this. Malar is the god of hunt and also the god of sort of the lycanthrope and proud community. He says that lycanthropy is not a curse or a disease, but his blessing, and that it only empowers those creatures who are born without natural instinct to gain it, and that they should cherish it and use it, and that it makes them better than those who don't have it.
It makes them more like predators.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes them worthy of his attention.
Vertilith then takes the transformation in stride. There's no immediate silvery light that emits from Vertilith to fucking hack the thing to pieces.
The shield,
yes, which I can't use anyway because it's illegal. It's another arm slot on my arm slot.
Illegal shield.
Yes, illegal usage. I'd have to remove the other thing from my horde so I can use this thing. She takes the transformation in stride, and we'll quote in part back to the wererat, or her Ziaze, what she just told Vertilith. Strength should be paramount. We all have our selfish reasons. Survival is an instinct, as is the hunt. And your blessing has made you worthy to pursue that.
Bends back slightly. The rat sort of hunched over as it speaks. We have more designs than this. There is many here. She gestures around. We were seeking out refugees, joining their camps, slowly creating more. Looks small, rattish eyes, shining.
Enterprising, I like it.
These most are weak, but even they could benefit. The weak will be culled when the giants fight them. The strong will survive. More of our kind, more to hunt in the night. A family, a warren, an army.
Vertilith will look back, and she was done with Tilraxis and Valignant and moved on to talk with these creatures, but she actually thinks this is worth bringing Tilraxis and roping him into this, because he has a vested interest in strength being paramount and useful servants and everything. She'll call for Tilraxos. Have him come over.
The woman will return to her humanly form. Seemingly better at socializing in that than in the sort of half-twisted rat person.
Probably harder for her to speak.
Yeah. The mouth is not quite made for it.
As Tilraxos approaches, Verdalith figures that Tilraxos may be able to pick up on context clues.
Sure.
She'll say, "Understand that we rescued these slaves to make use of them for our own constructions and purposes, to not just fight against the giants, but also to better acclimate this valley for our own purposes. They will have it better than they had under the giants, but," shrugs, "that said, I have no inherent problem with the weak being culled and the strong receiving a blessing to become more valuable, but we would not want to just let these creatures we invested our time and effort in go."
I mean, it's obvious that strong is better than weak, but really the real problem is understanding what strong actually is.
Phylacteries comes out of nowhere, surprising Verdalith once again. How does he do that?
Verdalith, startles, the huge body wiggles.
She startles, wait, how does he keep doing that?
Tyraxus will look at her, the filthy prisoner, and he will say, "We did not rescue these slaves for your benefit, but for ours. I can understand your ambition to create a society of your own. I can, indeed. But," he thinks, "there are walls to be built, towers, tunnels to be dug. Unless you can convince me that you and your kin would be better at that and more willing to do it, I am not quite prepared to hand over all the slaves to you."
No, we dig tunnels well. Very well. I see further down, there is land that is wet, soft, well suited. I would never ask for all, of course, but simply ask that you consider the value of a proposition. More of my kind are more who can defend, fight, kill. And the more of us there are, the more I can create. We will capture more from outside the valley when the giants are dead, and we will grow in number.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you can have Bob at least.
Let the strong rule the weak? That is only natural.
Draxus nods, yes. But there is a strength.
Go ahead, Jonas.
Strength moves the world. Draxus nods sagely. Yes. But you need also to apply it. There needs to be more than just one order. If something is to be created, something that controls, that puts the world under it, there needs to be more than just, raw strength. Construction, strategy, resources, yes, these are the things I need.
She looks to Tilraxus and then looks back to Verdalith because none of those things sound appealing.
Verdalith, looking at Tilraxos, talking not just to her, but to Tilraxos as well, says, "Those blessed by Malar," excuse me, I have something caught in my throat. "Those blessed by Malar will be more capable of attracting that resource you so desire, and that is so hard to acquire in this valley. Flesh. We cannot spend our time hunting for more flesh, and when the giants are dead, there will no longer be anyone to conveniently gather that flesh for us. Those blessed by Malar have a vested interest in acquiring more flesh."
Traxxas seems to think, cocks his head to the side. Where can lead raiding parties? Yes, it could work. Looks at her again. Skilled in combat, I think.
And as they have a vested interest in dwelling beneath ground, if there was something else that was going to trouble you beneath ground, she lets that trail off for Tilraxos.
Ah, well, there's always good use for skill and forces. Assassins.
I think I have a better use for them, and I am the strongest among us.
Draxus slowly looks over to Valignith.
Vertilith chooses not to look this way.
Well, prove me wrong.
Oh, I am so fucking compelling Tilraxos right here.
Alright,
no
Draxus will charge Valignith.
Fight.
There is no reality in which...
Are we fighting? That wasn't exactly the route I was going for.
You could do opposed athletics checks if you want.
I'm ready to throw down here.
Like, I think that is just one insult too far from Malignant that really does infringe on Tilraxos' character.
It's not an insult, it's a challenge. Besides, you're too close to charge.
Oh, that's not a problem.
Yeah, how do we want to resolve this?
I'm ready to fight.
I feel at a disadvantage thanks to the system.
You feel like you're not the strongest? Is that what you're feeling? Because that's what Tyraxus is feeling.
Malignant could always back down.
Alright, fuck it, you know, you want to fight? This token is still level 4. Where's my other token?
Let's go.
I don't know.
Where's the token I updated?
It's at this moment where Vertilith looks at the camera at the viewers and like just offers the dragon equivalent of a shrug.
I can get it for your sheep. It's in the dirt cave.
These baby dragons have probably skirmished at each other over the past 5 years and have had to be separated by imps, if not Besarek.
Yeah, I think Besarek just let them tie each other out, really.
Yep.
Alright, that's better. Alright.
Like petting Vertilith on the back or something. You know,
yes,
like
Vertilith cozying up next to the bone dead.
Let's waste resources.
Mm-hmm.
This is dragon nature right here, baby. What we do. This is how good prevails.
Yep, it's true.
PvP, which D&D is known for.
Well, we're doing a lot of things D&D is not known for.
That is true. Do we like roll initiative? What do we do here?
What do you want to do?
I mean, I'm okay with fighting, although I feel like that's going to be difficult considering that.
It's like you're fighting the striker. The person who tries to deal damage.
There is one thing that Tyraxus cannot abide in his character, and it is be called weak. That is the one thing that immediately triggers him. It's like part of his dragon soul.
Yeah, which is why like I had to compel it. I was like, there's no way that like you have insulted me for the last time. Valignif using his insight is like, oh, this is happening.
It's happening. We're fighting over were-rats, apparently.
It's not even that. It's like Valignif didn't even get a chance to say what he wanted to say. It's like, I am the strongest here. Prove me wrong.
Objectively true. Alright, Valignif's gonna step up and smack Tyraxus. Smack him. It's a good thing that my main class ability doesn't do anything here.
It's a hit.
Oh shit.
The rats will sort of step back, you know.
Yeah, like Vertilith is like moving back with them.
As the different people sort of looking on as the dragons who sort of fight each other.
We're gonna get another turn. I'll take that.
Yeah.
I need all the help I can get.
So Raxus after all.
Okay, well, Draconic Virtue as a minor to get some temp HP. And then Tilraxos will take a swing. Yeah, he'll do Blood of the Mighty, because he has had it.
Is that your daily?
Yes.
Okay. That's what we're doing.
He was compelled, I suppose.
Yeah, he was compelled. Like, I'll show you who the fuck's mighty. Asshole says, prove me wrong. Well, like, pulls out his copy of the sip.
Barely hits.
Yep, 40 damage.
That'll be 35 because of my anvil.
Yep.
Hit the anvil.
And I will also trigger my warrior endurance, which, do you have a macro for that?
The shield does nothing. The shield couldn't
stop the warrior, 3 temp hit points.
Alright.
Alright.
Somewhere in the cave, Besserik is frowning like, These kids never learn.
Vertilith misses, like, cozying up to the Bone Dad in this moment. She misses Besserik.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Rabbits are feeling more wanted than rabbits usually do.
I bet they do. Let's see here. Traxxas will action point. And
Really?
yeah, really.
You're not gonna finish this in one round, I can tell you that.
Really?
Yeah.
I do have a second daily.
Prove him wrong.
Do have a second daily.
Yeah, not like we expected anything big to come this way. Go for it.
Yeah, we'll do a Vengeance Strike. That's a miss.
That is a miss.
Used all the big rolls on the skill challenges, Jonas.
Yep, it's true. Alright, Traxxas is done.
Right, in that case, Velinov is gonna smack the ground with a shield, kind of like a resonating sound that refills his reserves in this very important battle. He's gonna waste a healing surge. And then he is gonna smack the Raxos again. He has a +5 to damage because he got hit, and the Rune of Mending.
Hit him!
18, however, is a miss.
Yep.
Action voice. Wrath reversed him.
No, I just used that.
Damn it.
Turns out most of my things are actually to support others, which makes this an awkward fight.
Well, Traxxas will swing again.
Tilraxos is giving you the benefit of not retreating to charge at you.
Oh!
Look at this slap fight here in the dark. I love it.
Alright, I still have a +2 to damage, but you didn't hit me, sadly. For 1.
It's just flailing around at this point.
It's just a bunch of flailing.
Who knew these dragons were so tough to beat?
God damn it.
But he will heal himself some more. You know what? I'm gonna go for this time. Try it me now.
Sure.
These challenges keep coming.
Yeah.
Vengeance. Seems fitting, given what's going on.
Vengeance.
Vengeance!
You wrong way.
Wrongness! Nope. Still a
No
2.
miss.
Well,
Right.
seems like the dragons are actually like not used to fighting dragons. Surprisingly difficult.
Who knew? 21. No.
Yes. No.
They're making this look so good and entertaining. I love it.
My own aura doesn't help me.
Well. 20? Nope.
20. No.
We haven't rolled over 5, or it feels like.
Tyraxus is not used to fighting against this damn shield on a tail. It's like, what the fuck?
What is this absolute madness?
Two of them sort of getting winded as we do round 5.
How about this? No. It's probably the fault that if we hit too hard, it might actually be a problem in the future.
23.
This is gonna take a while. 23 just hits.
Alright.
The shield does nothing.
Crash.
Shield did very little.
We'll also apply Dread Smite.
It might as well.
That ongoing cold.
For 5 extra cold necrotic and 5 ongoing cold.
Sure. Which I will then take, and then I will smack the Raxos and at least hit. Let me at least hit. 23.
That's a hit. Yep.
For 15. You're vulnerable to till the end of my next turn. Which I will add the Dragon Breath on top of here. 27 versus Reflex.
Yeah,
that would be 12.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're vulnerable.
Yep.
Remember the save.
And action point. Because if you're doing it, I'm doing it.
That's right, fuck it.
Which one do I want? Let's go for this one. The offensive. I still have the damage buff from being hit. 19, however, misses.
Yep.
You have your save now against your ongoing damage.
Yep. It's a fail.
More vengeance.
I'm just loving the story. I'm gonna tell Valky like after what happened.
So I at this point have a suggestion, Cheap. There's been 6 rounds of fighting. I feel Tyraxus has been compelled, like he has fulfilled the compulsion here. Maybe at this point, Tyraxus and Valgnith, clenching jaws, claws, like blood is flying everywhere. They've gotten a few hits in on each other. Maybe the rage ebbs out at this point, and they actually take a step back, glaring at each other, and they call it a draw.
Oh, this isn't rage from Valgnith at all. This is calculated. It might have been a miscalculation, but that doesn't mean it's motivated by emotions. That's only Tyraxus here.
Uh-huh. So we keep fighting, is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, we could turn it into an actual contest of strength, not a flailing of claws.
I think what needs to be asked is when Tyraxus is breathing, there's that moment of looking to Valgnith to see if he's done. Like if Tyraxus feels like he made his point.
Yes.
And it sounds like Valgnith just has the same facial expression on his face.
What's the...
I mean, so far, it seems we're pretty even. I feel like that's okay. He's gonna go the high road. I mean, if Tyraxus wants to continue, he will too, but he can stop at any time, unlike certain blue dragon here.
So I guess they look at each other, waiting for the other one to start again.
Strength is more than just flailing of claws, Tyraxus.
Traxxas holds up one of his claws, stretching it, and says, I suggest you stop speaking to me.
It's willpower, too.
I will kill you.
I think the Ziasi sort of moves to Verlith and says, perhaps we shall speak at a different time. It appears that you are busy.
Verlith looks at Ziasi and nods and gestures her away.
And withdraw, too.
And then at, like, Tilraxis' mention of, like, I will kill you, I think Verlith is finally like, oh, fuck, this... Alright, you two. Look. Death among any of us will take us all down per the ritual, and the giants are going to be coming after us. You two can resolve this after the giants, at some more convenient time. Yes, please?
Traxxas flashes an eye over to Verlith.
She looks placating, like she's trying to, like, smooth this over.
You know, I don't actually care if I'm stronger than you or not. I just really wanted to prove a point.
What was the point you were looking to prove, Phylacteries, when you started saying that you were the strongest one here?
That I can manipulate people too.
Verlith, like, looks up at the sky as if she could have, like, a connecting moment with, like, Bone Dad right now for, like, how to handle the situation.
Traxxas has his eyes thinned, looking very dangerously at Phylacteries.
She says, it is good that we have all moved out into separate locations. It would be for the better that you two did not see each other until we were ready to, until the giants made their move. And I don't know exactly when that will occur. Return to the dwarves, Phylacteries. I will help Tilraxus usher these pawns to the quarry.
That's fair. I mean, maybe I did overdo it, but it's important for us to realize that, well, how to put this? That it would be problematic if one of us felt superior over the other.
It is one thing to feel superior in oneself, Phylacteries. We all do it. It is something else entirely to imply that the others are below you. That is your mistake. That you do not realize that shows how incredibly foolish you are.
Well, I didn't imply that anyone was below me. I implied that I have the most physical strength out of all of us, which I still think is... I'm going to stop there. However, strength is more. What you're looking for is power. What I'm talking about is strength.
I am done with you, Phylacteries. If you keep talking, I will start again.
Phylacteries, please, tonight, return to the dwarves. You two can hammer this out after the giants.
We should do that again, though. I enjoyed that.
Verlith probably does, like, that awkward thing that she did whenever we, like, saw, like, Dr. Toddlemist here, and, like, begin to, like, move, like, and encroach on, like, Phylacteries' personal space to, like, like, nudge him away.
Sure, he'll happily move away. He's happy about what he learned here. It wasn't quite destruction, but it was fairly close. That was very illuminating, actually.
Verlith also, like, as, like, Phylacteries is, like, turned away from her, remembers, like, her grudge against him over those fucking bird eggs. like shakes her head.
Red dragons, huh?
You know, fucking red dragons. Once Valignov is gone, I think Verla's just gonna lay down. She reckons Tilraxos needs to be fucking alone, because...
Tilraxos will go and mutilate something.
Of all the things she said to Tilraxos, one of them was not what Valignov said.
Yeah. So Tilraxos is out, mutilating whatever he found.
Yep.
In the forest.
A few hundred of the goats, maybe.
Yeah. He's angry. He's getting some frustrations out. When he begins to feel a chill. Familiar sort of chill. A chill he usually knows he impacts upon others.
Okay. He will stop ripping out whatever he was about to rip out.
Holding like a spinal cord, like a fatality.
Exactly.
Like, what?
Looking
what
around like, He will look around. Cautiously.
And he will see that standing, watching him, is a strange figure. A tall humanoid wearing what seems to be sort of a polished, ice-cold, sort of frosted armor. Just emanating an aura of cold. Is watching him. The man is very beautiful, sort of slightly elongated ears, and appears sort of to have a strangely perfect quality about him that somehow seems not of this world.
Tyraxus throws away the goat leg or whatever he was holding and turns around him in a circle like a cat, circling something something new that he hasn't really seen before.
The Eladrin stands there until Tyraxus take a look, and looking back, examining him in return.
Who are you?
He gives a bow and says, I am your servant, Phaedron.
Tyraxus's eyes thin again, extremely suspiciously. Odd. I can't remember that I had a servant with such a name.
Sort of looks up and says, Siddrassus, your progenitor, accepted the gifts of the Lady of Winter, then spurned her. You, Tilraxos, have accepted her gifts, and as such you serve her. You have claimed on multiple occasions, he says, as if knowing exactly how many times, to have domain of this valley. Winter has heard, and given your recent victory against the other claimant, Winter has accepted the claim and will grant you the title of Low Earl. You will also be declared a supplicant to the Winter God. Congratulations, Iron Order.
What skill would it be to understand any of this?
Tyraxus is going through a lot of emotions right now.
Yeah, there's it's a bad time for this for Tyraxus. He's very emotional.
Uh-huh. Well, Arcana would make sense. Religion definitely would probably make the most sense for him.
Oh boy. Well, Tyraxus is many things, but he is not necessarily bookish.
Tyraxus' connection with an understanding of these gods and fey creatures is tenuous.
Yes, he is very prosaic, usually.
I like that.
Mm.
I like that.
Oops, okay. That's 19
Okay,
apparently.
well, it sounds like that this mystical wintry power he's been using for a while now has some sort of strings attached to it.
Great. I fucking knew it.
And it seems like him declaring himself the ruler of the valley has made his file appear on somebody's table as someone claiming land in the newly approached material realm. Then again, the fairy courts are by definition incredibly difficult to understand. It is like an incredibly chaotic place that at the same time has a lot of bureaucracy. Everything is arbitrary and generally makes no sense except to some high fae that must be entirely insane for them to think up these kinds of rules.
Well,
As your steward, I might advise. The Eladrin looked to Tyraxus. Steps a little closer.
Tyraxus looks at him.
Seems to be armed with a frozen long sword by his side.
Oh.
Though he certainly hasn't drawn it.
Tyraxus says, and you were assigned to me as a result of my claim on this valley, and as you said, the success of my recent victories.
Nods. Yes. You are a product of this material realm, and not skilled or learned in the ways of the She. I am here to assist you in all such matters, and to make sure your vassalage functions as efficiently as possible. It has proven in the past to be of ill luck to allow vassals of the material plane to have no guidance, as they often do not know ways to inform themselves of their duties or their rights. Given the current war in the south, more attention has been put upon those who remain in this region.
Tyraxus thinks. He doesn't necessarily like the word service here, you know. He's usually the one demanding service. Then again, it's nice to be recognized for one's victories. It's like stroking a side of his ego that is a bit bruised today.
If I may, my lord.
Tyraxus makes a claw motion that he may.
The court gives and the court demands. The court is giving a title, land, a claim, and with it it will give a symbol of that status. As he withdraws a small, like a box made of ice. Through it, Tyraxus can see what seems to be a pillow whereupon lies a circlet, sort of a primitive crown, glimmering with cold. A circlet blessed by the Fae to show you a place in the court, so that others of our court may see it and show respect. If you would, my lord, allow me to crown you and place it upon your head. You shall be the low earl of this valley.
Traxxas looks at the crown and he says, and if I allow you to do this ritual, I suspect this will tie me more firmly to the court in some regard.
He smiles. An interesting question, my lord. You have from birth been tied to the court. It is simply that the court now sees you as having value, something you have proven through your actions. As I'm sure you've heard to the south, the creatures, centaurs by nature, all too belong to the court by birth. Some have denied this, and so they are being exterminated or subjugated. Others have accepted, and they have been made lords and rulers of the others. A lord is a god within his own domain.
Traxxas does like the sound of that. As I understand it, the courts have many archaic and intricate rules. What is the... if I am made low earl of this valley, what I mean to say is, my ambition does not stop here. This valley is but the first step. I plan to create something bigger. A country, a kingdom, an empire, perhaps. Yes. I plan to live long, and I plan to conquer a lot. And there's like a gleam of draconic avarice in his eyes. How is this looked upon within the court, then, if I'm to be bound to it like this?
So, let's just claim whatever you will that is not already owned by the court, and it will only be a boon. Rule vast territories under the queen, and you will be richly rewarded. When warring against those who also serve the court, there are traditions and rituals in place to make sure that it does not damage the court as a whole. War upon our enemies, and you will not just have reward, but also assistance.
I see. He looks around. Tell me more of the queen, the one who you say has already counted me as among the court.
The queen of air and darkness. He sort of, like it gets reverent almost.
Mm-hmm.
Her name can never be spoken, for she is too high to even fathom. She is the eternal existence. She is everlasting. She is the first and will be the last to exist in this world. Many serve her. In time, perhaps all things fade will. Other courts claim, but they will fall. She is generous when it pleases her, and murderous at most other times, my lord. As I understand it, you have already felt and used her power. Pain, to you perhaps, but more pain and bloody ruin to those who oppose you. That is the directive of the Queen.
Traxxas moves a little bit. Remembers the cold feeling, the life-stealing darkness that like courses through him from time to time. It has certainly been part of him. It is a power source he has tapped into from time to time, and it has felt a bit alien to him, like it is something foreign. But perhaps this would be a way to connect to it further, to actually like properly immerse oneself into the well, seize control over it, not just, wrest smaller scraps here and there. Maybe, with this he could actually tap into its real potential, something he has certainly felt. If this archfey of air and darkness is as powerful, I mean, we are in some regards fighting hell, in the extension, and having the backup of a fey court like this could certainly be very useful. He thinks to himself, I don't seem to be wanting to meddle too much in his plans. In fact, they seem supportive. There'll be rules and demands, probably, but he is a dragon. If there's something that displeases him, he can kill it. He has that power. He looks at the crown again.
Glimmers.
Yes.
How can you say no to that?
Exactly. How can I say no?
An adventurer or something would be wary, but it's a crown and you're a dragon.
Yes.
It's such a pretty color, too.
It is, right?
Yeah.
Tyraxus looks at Phaedron and says, first, tell me a bit more about your role and what it would be in my presence.
Yeah. Nonsense. I am to exist between you and the court, sparing my lord time from his important deeds to argue his cases. I am to be your lawyer, your supporter, and your steward. I am to speak your case, exalt your virtues. I am your political advisor. I am entirely tied to your aspirations, my lord.
This does seem very good. Tyraxus likes what he's hearing here.
Willing servants? I love this.
This is great.
Intelligent willing servants. Tell me more.
This is the first, the second intelligent, really, but the first really cunning servant, perhaps.
Yeah. And the idea of you'd just be a lower now. If you become higher ranked, you might get more of these people who want to serve you because you have a bigger place.
Said my lord, once you're crowned, I have advice for our first moves.
So, with that roll Tyraxus made earlier, would that be enough to suss out the ability of this fake creature to lie to him?
As far as he understands, the Fae, if they make a direct statement, do not lie about it. If they can, they will say words that have double meanings or be tricky in some other way. But this current creature seems to speak the truth. This is supported by his insight. It seems for whatever reason this person is on his team and seems to really want him to gain greatness.
I mean,
that seems to be his aspiration.
This is exactly what Tyraxus' organization needs, people who support him, speaks the truth, and want him to have greatness. I mean, this is, man. If only Valignith could have been like this, you know. What beautiful, beautiful friendship there could have been. Such great deeds.
At night, Tyraxos dreams about Valignith going, "Yes, my lord."
Yeah.
Of course, my lord. Your will is my bidding.
Are you ready to play, my lord?
I will make a crown for you, my lord.
Tyraxos lies on his gold, like dreaming and snickering to himself. Yes. Tyraxos will then make a motion that me as a player would in any case be extremely skeptical of and probably advise against, but Tyraxos will allow Phaedron to crown him.
Sure. The Eladrin will then slowly take out the crown from his from the fine box that sort of melts as it leaves it. He'll step close. His velvet gloves are making sure that the first to ever touch this crown will be Tyraxos. As he will reach out his hands and slowly lower it upon Tyraxos' head. The crown sort of touching, feeling like ice-cold fingers sort of running down his scalp as it sort of fits itself to his draconic form. Then the Eladrin steps back and kneels in front of him with head bowed. I crown you in the name of Winter, Tyraxos, below Earl of this valley that you have claimed, and to be a supplicant to the Winter God, the Queen of Air and Darkness. May all who glance upon you witness your splendor.
Tyraxos takes a moment.
It is as if the night grows cold as a cold, icy wind blows. Many in the camp sort of huddle up closer together, though they do not know why.
Yeah. You know, reaches with his draconic senses, tries to probe the crown, you know, with his mind.
It appears magical. It is a Fey-blessed circlet. For now, it is the lowest title the Fey would grant such a thing for. And yet, it carries useful power with it.
Awesome.
It is a head slot item. And at the start of each encounter, you will gain temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier.
Let's see here.
Each encounter, automatic, temporary hit points you love to spend.
I love temporary hit points.
Yeah.
As part of the power of winter will be granted to him. Beyond that, Fey that see it will know his rank and standing within the court.
So they'll know he's a low-rank scrub.
Well, I mean, that he actually has a title, and how many Fey actually have titles?
Yeah, excuse me. Have you seen
all the important ones?
Did you see my crown? Excuse me. I have a crown here, please.
Yeah.
Even a baron has a title.
Yeah. As the Eladrin waits down, still kneeling, waiting for Tyraxos to allow him to stand.
Yeah, Tyraxos will, take a moment to just drink all of this in. This is what he likes. And then he will look down at Phaedron and he will say, "Rise and advise me."
He'll stand and bow. At the generous words of Tyraxos, allowing him to give advice. The court, my lord, is generous. It has given much, but the court will also expect actions in return. The court is furious. It is demanding. It is cruel. But only to those who fail it.
Smiles.
We who serve the court serve ultimately, and with no denial of Winter's will. You are supplicant now to the Winter God. You are tasked with proving that you are worth the thawing of ice that comes from the heat of life within you. You will slay another who has proven to be unworthy of life. To impress Winter, we should seek out and kill a creature that lives below this earth and rock, in clammy caves. There are creatures there that should belong to Winter, but they are denying Winter's embrace. We shall find them, and either make them our vassals, or kill them and return their lives to Winter's rule. This will satisfy Winter for a time.
Draxos nods slightly. He says, "What kind of creatures are they?"
My lord, they would be the hags of the Deep Coven. They rule lands below these.
Interesting. How far below?
In the deep caverns known as the Underdark. There are 3 in the Coven, and all together have they denied Winter. All hags belong to the Queen, yet they disobey their visions. Strike and kill some, and the few that are left might be willing to submit, my lord. Gaining vassals of our own will only strengthen our position.
Draxos nods. Yes, indeed. Yes. He seems to think, his thoughts spinning what he could do with strange darkness hags.
Move over here. Moving like to be at the shoulder to Raxos.
Yes.
Yeah, slightly lower than him.
Of course.
His voice sort of carrying slightly from behind.
Yes. Alright. Yes. Well, we are currently employing dwarves to excavate the caverns to give us access. The work is underway. As soon as access has been granted to the lower passages, we would explore and find these rebellious creature and put them to heel.
Most excellent, my lord. It is truly a blessing to work under one such as yourself.
Yeah, Interact is like, yes, it is. Finally, someone who understands him.
This guy,
he's great. I like this. He's my favorite guy. Phaedron. Well, with that, Tyraxis will turn and he will say, "I shall show you our camp, the beginning of my lair."
Of course, my lord. I will aid in whatever capacity I am able.
Looks at him up and down. You said was carrying a sword.
Yes.
So he can fight?
An icy cold blade. Yes, he seems adept at battle, though he is certainly here as an advisor.
Certainly. Would he be compelled to defend Tyraxis if someone attacked him in his lair, for example?
Yes, most definitely.
Wonderful.
It appears, and he will also answer so if requested, that he, by will or not, is compelled to serve Tilraxos at his utmost. and that his greatest position will always be one step below Tolraxos.
That's great.
Until such a time as he is destroyed, that is where he will be. For so commands the Queen of Air and Darkness.
All right, so he's basically sent directly from her in a way then, like.
Everything is. I mean, it's a great chaotic, arbitrary bureaucracy.
Sure.
Who really knows what happened? But safe to say, he's here both as insurance and as advisor.
All right.
Kill him.
So this is entirely purely beneficial with no strings attached.
Entirely. As long as Tolraxos does what Winter wants, then they're very good friends.
It's
you will earn CEO wages from the comfort of your own home.
Yeah, exactly. This is, honestly, in a different situation, Tolraxos might not have gone for this, but he's keenly aware that he has been knocked prone more times than he likes. It is clear that his own power, by himself, might not be enough. It's difficult to say. His egg was certainly in Winter's court for a long time, presumably. That he would be unaffected would be unlikely. He realizes that, but maybe something else. Maybe Winter is just in him. And if it's a power that he can claim, why not claim it and use it? Other dragons have other skills. I mean, we have psychers, we have whatever strange rune magics that Valignuth employs that Tolraxos doesn't really understand. Everyone has a different mystical power source, and this is Tolraxos. Why not employ it? He even got a sneaky advisor as or at least a cunning advisor as part of the deal, and that seems pretty good to him.
Shady.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty sure that Valignuth will destroy himself in some ill-conceived experiment somewhere, like rushing into a lava river just to find out how it feels or something. Verdaluth might just crawl into a pipe and sleep her all her years away. Verstrix, he's gazing at stars. Like, who knows? He's the most aloof.
Verstrix, where is he even?
Yeah, where is he even? Haven't seen him in years. Like, I don't know. Who is he? No, clearly, Tolraxos is the one with the glorious destiny. And why not ally himself with Winter? If he is so marked, anyway, why deny this power? Why not use it? And again, he's a dragon. He lives for a very long time, and he has an infallible belief in his own superiority. He can beat Winter if it comes to it. Surely.
He's pretty sure that Phaedron would suggest not attempting that.
Oh, of course. I mean, this is what he's thinking to himself. He realizes that Phaedron is there to also spy on him, of course. He might be sworn to serve Tolraxos at its utmost, but that can mean a great deal many things, especially if he's coming with the will of the queen, because what she envisions as serving Tolraxos at his utmost might not be exactly what Tolraxos envisions. So he is aware of that. Still, so far, lots of benefits. If he had run into this weird coven of hags in the deep, he would try to subjugate them anyway. So far, Phaedron and Winter Court is not demanding anything that he wouldn't demand himself.
Beyond that, Phaedron will suggest, of course, that removing the claimant to the crown he now bears would also be in Winter's seen well by Winter. Though to their thrones there is actually a lot of claimants usually, so it's not like it's a deal. So.
Time to start assassinating claimants.
Yes, can I get a list, please?
I can't.
Giants currently.
I had to step away in emergency. I'm glad to come back to hear more scheming.
Oh yes, endless.
There has been a lot of it.
Uh-huh.
My shady advisors.
Many different ways for me to compare to pyramid schemes.
It's see your wages, etc. And maybe we can. There is scheming to be done for sure. Things to be devised.
Yeah. Runella has now been replaced as the favored servant after just one whirlwind night of romance.
It's a roller coaster ride of emotions this night.
Vertil's going to see that crown tomorrow morning and be like, what?
It's the kind of crown that is made to kind of inform people what it means. Like it's not something that's easy to hide.
Yeah.
Big crown, all right.
Also, expertly fitted, so it actually fits on Tyraxus' head well, I imagine, and not just
It's like it's molten onto it.
And I imagine Phaedron's going to be with you now, basically behind Tyraxus' shoulder the entire fucking time he can be.
I imagine so, yeah. He seems to be very attracted to it.
So Vertil's like, So I separated Tyraxos and Velikneth, and I went to sleep. And when I wake up, Tyraxos, who went out into the wilderness to vent frustration, comes back with a crown and a guy standing really close to his shoulder,
whispering weirdly, giving everyone a
stink. He didn't say that stuff. Tyraxos did say something about winter courts and fate.
She can't really remember. I think
he said, "I want to join the Winter Court." I think that's what he said. Really,
I think he said, "If they ever come for me, hide me, please. Never tell them anything. They're gone. You're my last hope. Please help." And now it's nah.
You really did, yeah.
Nothing happened. This crown was put on me willingly. I am.
It is so easy to join.
She'll probably give it a good hard think, like she does with most things. Just not do anything, but think about it.
Remembers, of course, that accepting anything from the Fae creates an obligation and a debt.
Uh-huh.
That will be paid, generally. The Fae, or at least their interaction since the Feywild came basically crashing down next to the material plane, making it incredibly easy for them to go back and forth, has been to just sort of be oblivious and completely not understand why anything on the material plane that is of Fey origin or has ever sort of maybe been of Fey origin is refusing their rule, because to them, that is counter to their nature, and so. They simply do not understand how centaurs, for example, would not just submit. It is a foregone conclusion that they would.
All right. I reckon the session will end there then with Tyraxos and Vertilith ushering the slaves along to the quarry.
I think so.
And Cold Brew is still my economic, she's infrastructure person.
You ready for that rivalry?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm ready for this. Steward versus seneschal or whatever,
exactly.
legal advisor versus economic advisor.
This is my attorney.
Do not speak to her.
I know Tyraxus likes organizations and structures and hierarchies, so.
I'm looking forward to when the two of them meet each other. It's going to be great.
They're not going to like each other, though.
And where did the wyrms go?
They're with us.
They extracted themselves during the fight. They were feeling a little bit. They wouldn't. They would take this elsewhere, and then when you wanted to talk to them, they would be over there basically.
All right. I like the idea of them.
Prepare a goal or some such next session to do something with them if you want. They seem to be willing to stick around right now by the idea that, hey, you can shelter them and help them make a fucking host of were-rats. And, the weak slaves, they can go die building a wall or whatever. They don't care about those guys. But those who have potential, let them live out that potential as monsters.
Sure.
All right. Well,
Not the most organized of them, certainly.
We'll give it some thought. We have time to give it some thought. As a reminder for viewers, our next session is 2 Fridays from now on the 24th. Manaki will be gone.
In the forest.
In the forest.
Again.
Yep.
Who knew biologists would have to go out so much?
Yeah.
Who knew? So much nature, what the hell?
Can't you just order a frog to dissect and call it a day? Like, why do you...
1 week I'm like a knee, fucking elbow deep in random ass ponds and rivers, and the next day I'm out all night, sitting up in the rain in some dumb forest, listening to bats squeaking.
But well, this session turned out all right. We lazily listed into things, and then the action picked up there for a bit.
Yeah,
sure did.
That could have been a whole thing.
Man, don't.
You made the right choice not finding that giant. I'll tell you though.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's. I saw
They're
it.
Big.
Someone called the butcher. You know, you're like, maybe we need.
I don't know. I killed him on level 2 in Diablo. It's fine.
Well, did you?
Get him stuck behind a table?
Yeah, exactly. Did you get him stuck behind a door and firewall him? Because that's.
I killed him enough times.
I haven't played Diablo, but I know that much.
That is the greatest shock of anyone who plays Diablo the first time. Is opening that door.
Fresh meat.
Yep, and you're like, oh, a boss, and then you're like, the first swing happens, and you're like, oh god, I need to get out of here.
Stun lock killed.
Yep, stun lock killed, and you're like, oh, shit.
Alright, so, of our 6 goals, we definitely stole slaves from the Earl. We definitely...
You certainly did. Very much did that.
You should have had steal all the slaves. Damn it.
We also sort of secured 4 dragon lairs.
I feel more strongly about the top goal. I definitely inveigled the spell-scarred harpies.
Yeah, they were supposed to be enticed, and they were enticed. There's promises of land and possibility, and that is what they like in their position. They've not had access to that stuff. Yeah.
I don't know about the secure 4 dragon lairs. I don't feel strongly about it one way or the other.
Yeah, I feel like people need to, for that, they need to actually make it a lair.
I have secured a place for it.
Yeah, the secure word is a bit difficult. I've got 4 walls.
But yeah, that was I was the one who's just the goal, and I ended up writing it like that, have them be secure or of sufficient satisfaction for us.
You have a document now that tells you about how.
Yeah, we sure do.
Used to secure it. Yeah. There'll also be some discussion about enforcers, but
I think so.
Let's leave it. Let's leave it on there for a little bit longer until there's actual people walking about in the valley, being mean to people.
That potion acquisition system. That damn
goal there wasn't a wizard and stuff, but he kind of.
Well, he can make potions himself now. He has the ritual.
I remember him bringing up, at the end of last session, that he could make potions now.
Yeah, so I think we have.
So we just need to acquire Verisix.
He's acquired.
Well, he did buy stuff for it.
Yeah, I think that counts.
Sure, I think that counts.
We can't acquire potions through Veristrix, and he has the means, then what good is he, really?
Exactly. He already has his, cider house thing that he's doing in his orchards.
Alright, we're gonna have 90 bajillion fucking gold slots open. It's gonna be great.
Yep.
Yeah.
Personal goal. Kill Valignuth and get away with it. Yes.
How will you kill Valignuth without the other dragons knowing?
I don't know. I have to think about it.
And
that's not it. It's defeat Yaffle, get free of the soul curse, and then.
Then yes.
Then you could do
long con.
Then you're no longer
it's like
suffering.
it's like
this
the
earns the very hard designation.
The second she goes down, Tyraxus immediately spins around like
my time.
My time is now.
Vertilus on the other side. I remember the eggs you destroyed. You have wronged us.
Satisfy the grudge.
And then after a fight that Tyraxus would most definitely win, Velignif reveals that all he did, the reason why he did what he did was just to motivate Tyraxus even further.
Because you love me.
So in the end I won, Tyraxus. In the end I won.
I love the idea of Velignif being like, yes, I'm capable of manipulating people.
Go over and kick someone on the shin, and they're like, "What the fuck do you do that for?" And you're like, "Oh, I'm trying to make you fight me." And you're like,
"Come on, have a go then, you nuns."
Here's the thing, though. The question how the strength difference between Tyraxus and Velignif actually is an interesting question. So how do you resolve interesting questions if you're Velignif?
Only in destruction is the truth revealed.
Also, don't implicate that Tyraxus is weak. He will kill anyone who tries that.
And someone might, knowing that about someone, say something about a fragile ego, but probably not that either.
No.
It's one of the few things that I read through the Draconomicon for 4E and Blue Dragons. It's like they're vain and prideful like everyone. They can actually shoulder and suffer defeat fairly okay. They are reasonable in all things, and can be called out for mistakes and such.
In all things.
Yeah, but never ever imply that a blue dragon is weak. That will always send them into a murderous rage because they can't. They're so militaristic that any such implication is a grave insult to them.
But there's a difference between being weak and not being the strongest, right?
There's also a difference between Velignif saying "prove me wrong" and not saying "prove me wrong."
Yes.
When he pulls out his coffee cup and sits down behind his table, "prove me wrong."
I regret nothing. On a different note, though,
I'm just saying, it was fun and funny, but it might actually actually kill someone because I would be compelled to play out my character.
I'm not gonna do this sort of thing again, but it had to happen at some point, right?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. As I wrote for the viewers in the stream chat, I was deeply entertained by this. There's gonna be any party to do it. It might as well be Chromatic Dragons. Yeah. We're bound by Yaffel's ritual, filling out compulsions, weakening each other before, there's a retaliatory strike before Hill Giants. It's gonna be a funny story. Tyraxus' core is strength moves the world, and when sufficiently provoked, we're volatile. It shows the danger inherent in our characters. Failure consigns us all to hell, but that doesn't mean we're anything other than Chromatic Dragons. We're vain, greedy, power hungry, not great at teamwork. Not a whole lot of history of Chromatic Dragons, really dragons in general, being great at this whole teamwork thing, and groups, and living with each other.
Yeah, no. Dragons are solitary creatures for good reason. Even metallic dragons don't really like each other.
So,
Yaffle foresaw this and put in.
Oh, she's
clause.
insufferable.
You all need to live.
Yeah.
Completely fucking insufferable.
I am pleased though that both of you went 7 rounds and then basically just said, fuck it, 5.
I know. I felt I had to.
Yeah.
Do
Absolutely.
a few rounds because of the compulsion and the grave insult. So, but the dice were kind to us in all regards. Honestly, that could have ended much worse.
Having you both standing there basically just has a hook of who really is the strongest? We will settle this later.
But never know.
There'll be some fight when we're both ancient.
Just ask Varstrix, because his will is reality. So
he says, "I am, of course," and you're like, "What?"
Charge!
Unacceptable.
Like the screwball mending would have been Phylacteries downing like Tilraxis, and I don't know how my character would have responded.
I don't know. I think Tilraxis at that point would just go into exile and never come back.
You know, Malignant does have a 20 strength score compared to Tilrax's 19, but that was not the message that came through. Because I get what you did, Shiva. Like, technically.
That's sort of what inspired me, but I foresaw the outcome.
Val just looked at the character sheet, was like,
Really, my actual goal was to prove to the were-rats that Valignif is strong, so they would follow him instead. But
instead, they're like, y'all apparently need to have a talk about this, so come hit us up later.
It seems like you have stuff to do.
At least the were-rats were smart enough to just leave and like not say a thing about it because,
Like I was
so I
about to
guess
suggest
neither of you are particularly strong.
Yeah, that would have been bad for everyone involved.
Like I was about to suggest they go, and they're like, "We should just go," and I'm like, "Yeah, I agree. You should just go."
Yeah, you better go.
No, they seem to be not interested in conflict too much. More than it's like, yeah, it's natural to kill things, and it's a good thing. It's positive to go hunting or destroying those who are weaker than you, and that's just how the world works. And it's it's a good thing. Yeah.
That's also a conflict that doesn't have to involve us.
And dragons are pretty strong. So
I do like the idea of
killing dragons, sure,
of a were-rat like spy, assassin, thief organization that we can employ for different things.
Like as a player, and my character feels the same way. I have no qualms with like all the strong receiving the blessing of like Drew Millar. Like were-rats are going to be easier for us to connect with and employ than make use out of, and they have like. Not just that, but also, like, they're going to be more valuable. Like, they can do more stuff than, like, these people have been blessed by Millar.
It's true. I agree. It's a good opportunity, good resource to have. I just want to have enough manpower to actually allow us to build things. You know what I mean? If we use the slave resource for a lot of, like, fancy underlings, we might stand there with no lair, but some people, out in the rain. So I'm just.
I think like the primary value in like turning like those people into were-rats is that like they're more eager than to also spread lycanthropy to others, and so they will want to bring others to us. Like we've talked about how hard it is for us to get people here.
Yeah.
And one of those reasons why is because of the Earl, but with the giants dead, and then with were-rats going to find more people to bring back to the valley to us. Then you have people to dig or to make things proper and better, and they'll feel indebted because we gave them the opportunity to live as they want. Well, some of them will. Some of them might also be upset about being forced to, forcible conversion and all that. Yeah. There might be some resentment.
It seems that the Jiase is the only one who can actually turn people into were-rats.
Yeah.
And it seems that that's sort of her thing, making more were-rats, who then, those are then, impotent. They can't produce more were-rats themselves. They do spread diseases, though, but just not lycanthropy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it seems that when she turns them, she gets some sort of sway, at least from sort of the way the others acted. It seems that she's.
Yeah. So instead of having to control all of them, all you have to do is control her, and you have your enforcers, Dilraxes.
Yes.
Or kill her, and then no longer can a wasp queen like.
As a blue dragon, Trax is certainly very keen and aware of power structures, and can't have too many competing against him. They can compete against each other for his favor. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, but she's also speaking Hiltaraxos' language.
She is. Yeah, that's the whole
Strength
strength
is
thing.
paramount,
He agrees very much. And if you can have a sneaky were-rat assassin creep up on some nasty adventurer and just cut his throat, that'd be pretty sweet. Certainly more than, I don't know, Bob could do. What can Bob do? Like
become a wet rat.
Yeah, become a were-rat.
It'll give him better
Here's
reflexes to
dangerous, that's a
dodge.
good
Yeah,
Bob is useless.
Maybe as a were-rat he will be better.
Yeah.
Or
I
he'll
thought he was Belgneth's seneschal at the moment.
Out of pity for myself.
You need someone to boss around.
Like the best Velignith can do is Bob.
But no, once we get the session move, it's pretty entertaining. The skill challenges that we attempted, 3, when we did all right with them. We played to our strengths. We had some assistance.
Yeah, it would have been an encounter, but you convinced the harpies to come assist you with it, and that was an encounter they were happy to take on. Really,
I hope
that
this
difficult for you either.
Yeah. I got to talk and interact with people and trick people. That's what a green dragon wants to do. I'll write down a summary for Valky. I guess.
I'll be. I'm sure he will appreciate it once he gets his internet back.
Yes, looking forward to him hearing about the PvP.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be great.
But yeah, for the whole lair thing, I have no idea what to even do. I don't have people, and I don't know how to change that.
I mean, you can probably solicit some of the were-rats, if nothing else. I mean,
what kind of people would satisfy Velignith?
Yeah, what is he looking for?
I mean,
Manaki can't know what potentially to introduce if, Velignith is satisfied by nothing.
I think Velignith is the kind of character who would very much appreciate a give and take relationship, not like the subservience that Tyraxos is looking for, but more like people who can offer Velignith something that he's into, and in return he can do things for them. But Velignith currently is very short on the giving front himself. Like, he doesn't have much to offer, I feel.
Maybe he needs because your thought, as I have understood it in the past, is some sort of wormsmith. Like you're gonna be a capitalist, like a magnate, dragon tycoon, something like that. Maybe, is that correct?
Yeah, that's sort of the right direction.
Right. So maybe can you attract some venture capitalists or something, someone to invest in him? Really, the dwarves seem
to be in that direction. Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah, the dwarves certainly do.
Certainly, you should not count Rathiget and her clan as serving anyone at the moment. Certainly, Runilla Cold Brew is on Tolraxos' boat, but the other dwarves, they're sort of here to do a thing for you that also kind of gets them in the direction they want to go. At the moment.
Because I think if you can't give them something now, you will have to do what Tyraxos does and promise great things in the future.
Yeah.
Imagine being the one who helped the wormsmith of, Glimmer Dome or whatever the name is of the city down there.
Yeah, Dr. Tuttle Mist.
Yes, exactly. To help the wormsmith, set up shop and help him out. That'll be a powerful alliance in the future. It's like, become a more reasonable Sargath.
That does sound good for the Blackguard. They would love it. Well, he doesn't want to be king. Great. That's solves a lot of our problems, really. Just happy to make stuff.
Reading through this heroes and lairs page right now, as I've now had the opportunity to do so. There's you should probably end up making this available to folks who are following along the series, Jonas, by like putting a link to it or like downloading it and like throwing it up somewhere in the video description.
Yes, I'll see what I can do.
I'll save the server here.
Yeah.
Okie doke. The stream is over, folks, and the session is over as well. Thank you for watching. We will see you in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. The consequences of the PvP will be laid out for all to see.
Yep.
Don't blow the daily.
The repercussions that will be heard for many sessions to come, most likely.
Well, I for one didn't use any dailies because none of them would have benefited me.
There we go.
Steal Tyraxos' healing surgeon.
I briefly considered Tyraxos an ally.
Yeah. Wait, he's my friend. Oh, sucker.
If you had tried to pull that move, I would have said, no, I'm not helping you in this fight. You're not taking my healing surgeon.
I was considering it.
Well,
it would have been amusing, though.
There you have it, folks. See you in 2 weeks.
See you in 2 weeks.
Woo!
Woo!